We will welcome. We are in a work session of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners on Tuesday, April 12th. It's 11:15 a.m. and we're going to go into a topic of discussion with the Governor's bottom-up economic development summary and the top 5 economic development goals and strategy as came out of a meeting that was held on April 6th. And Cindy Hubin, Director of Community Development, is going to lead us in this discussion.
Great, thank you. As Linda said, and as you just stated, Rachel, we had a meeting on April the 6th and invited a variety of people from the community to attend. Rob and George and Jack were all in attendance as well, so please help me out anytime on this work session discussion. The Governor's Bottom-Up Economic Development Initiative has asked for a pretty aggressive schedule to get out 5 goals for the county relative to economic development. And I was very pleased because Pam Caskey from Northwest Colorado Council of Governments came over and walked us through a process that she often uses when you need to make some pretty quick and inclusive decisions to move forward on something. And she walked us through a process, and behind Rachel there is kind of the results, the raw results of what happened that day. I just wanted to bring them to let you know that that's sort of how it worked, where what we did initially was we broke into groups of 3 or 4. You have a list in your packet of all the people that attended that meeting. And so in that meeting, we broke into small groups of 3 or 4 people, and were asked the question of, what do you think are 3 things that would help with the vitality and the economic vitality of the community of Pickens County? We all came up with 5 or 6 things and then put our top 2, I think, 2 or 3 on the board, and then we arranged all of those from each group and began these categories and headings. Then we took our next level of priorities, put those on the board, and put those into the categories that we came up with. And I thought it was a pretty slick process in that it got us somewhere quickly, it got us thinking quickly. I don't think it's the end-all for Pickens County. I think it's just the beginning, and I think the people in the room, it was wonderful. I think people really worked hard together because we only had a couple hours. I think there's a lot more to be said on the topic, and we hope to continue these discussions. And just so people in the public know, we do have additional meetings coming up that we hope people will participate in. The first one is on the 27th of April, where we have Jim Westcott, who is a former state demographer, who will come and talk about economic and demographic trends that he sees for the Roaring Fork Valley and specifically Pickens County. And he's going to be at your meeting in a joint meeting with the City Council on that evening from 4 to 6 in the City Council chambers. Also, we have a meeting the next day where it's going to be much more casual with Jim. And anyone who wants to come and be involved in this discussion further for Pickens County is welcome to come. So with that being said, we have some work to do in this work session today to familiarize you with what happened at the meeting on April 6th, and then ultimately to have your acceptance of this template that the Governor's office put out for us to look at in terms of submitting our 5 goals for economic development or economic vitality in Pickens County. Just so you know, I did reach out pretty broadly in my requests of people to come to the meeting, all the way from the frying pan to the crystal, thinking that, this is Pickens County. Not all of Pickens County is going to center around Aspen. There's diverse ways of looking at economic vitality throughout the community, natural resource-based economies, as well as our tourist economy at this end of the valley. Unfortunately, not everyone could make it to that meeting, and we're hoping as we continue on our discussions, more people will be able to come to the meetings. So while this may seem a little, maybe even Aspen-centric to a certain extent. I think that as we broaden our discussions, we'll be able to broaden Pitkin County's economic vitality plan. So that being said, this is what resulted at the meeting. Up here behind Rachel is what resulted at the meeting. Attachment 1 is that raw data just put into a chart form for you, or into a form where you can read it more easily in terms of what you will see. 6 goals that came out of that discussion. One of those goals really had a lot to do with working with the state. Number 3 on attachment 1, the restructure funding mechanisms to better support economic development, economic prosperity. Just so you know where that shows up is that I looked at the template that was given by the state and thought that might fit well under the questions that are below the template, which was what current federal, state, and local programs or initiatives hinder your local economic development efforts? So I thought most of those there fit well into that question and didn't really deserve to, maybe deserve is the wrong word, but didn't really fit specifically as an economic goal. You may have some other thoughts on that, but that's where it shows up on the chart for now. And that's why there's 6 on attachment 1 and only 5 goals actually that we were able to fit into the matrix from the governor's chart. So just to be very clear, the only thing that was accomplished at that meeting was what you see here, what you see on attachment 1. I've taken verbatim what was done in attachment 1, plugged it into the matrix for the goals section and the strategy section, and then actions, expected outcomes, and then the questions below on the matrix were what I filled in, just because that's where we were as far as timing goes. So that's where we are today, and hopefully you'll have some ideas about where to go with this, what to do with this. Couple more pieces of information just to get you started. We heard back. What we did is we sent this out to everybody that was at the meeting and a few other people as well who asked to be on the list. And we got back a couple responses. One of the responses was from Michael Kinsley, and John's going to pass that around. Michael wanted to further define the concept of asset-based community development, so he gave us some definitions there. The other comment that I got back was from the Forest Service. Scott Sneldon was very sorry he couldn't make the meeting. He had some other duties he had to attend to, and so he wrote back and said, I hope I'm not too far off in getting my input, but he really is concerned about us bringing forward the concept of how global warming and climate change affect our natural resources here, which we rely on for everything here. So he wanted to make sure we got that in there. And as I went through this, I thought, that really wasn't emphasized as much as had he been in the room and helped us with that. So just those are the 2 comments that we've gotten back so far. Anything else you can think of, John, for that introduction?
Michael.
On the, where is it? Lost it now because let me, hold on. On the restructure funding, you have implement a county, is that a Rhett Butler?
RETT is what it should be, right?
Yeah, I think.
I think, what is it, real estate?
Real estate transfer
tax. Yeah, Rhett. That was me.
Okay.
Yeah, that was either would be good, probably.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that when it gets passed on,
Thank
that
you.
it's actually in a
Thank
clear
you.
form. One of the trend here, though, it seems to me, is some of the trend was, for instance, in lodging diversity. How would you do that? Would you zone for it? Would you zone, this is a $50 a night zone? this is a $400 zone? Well, I mean, I don't quite understand how to get there. There's some efforts that sort of, and then there's some sort of nostalgia-based economy here. Like we should have local owners. Well, you do have local owners to a large degree, and they can afford it. But you're really talking about a couple of different things here. Like, I wish we all owned the assets ourselves. I wish we could have lodging diversity. It seems to me that there's not a recognition of, it'd be actually like if you had a Tiffany's and you said, in order to have a Tiffany's, you're going to have a department that sells costume jewelry at less than $20 a piece. I just don't think that kind of managing the economy works. I think actually what works here is asset recognition, which is essentially you have one of the best ski areas in the world, and how do you keep it the best ski area in the world? That seems to be what works for us. And so that's asset recognition. What is it? And then, so what do you do? How do you get people to come here? So transportation plays a big part. And I think the county's doing a good job in recognizing that the best transportation that we can afford is important to getting out tourists here. Then who do you market to? Do you really market to people who want a $50 a night room? Or do you market to people who can actually afford a $400 room and a $2,000 a day? I mean, it might seem unpleasant, but that's really where we are right now. And so the dialogue I've had with ACRA, for instance, is why aren't you marketing to foreign tourists? Foreign tourists spend approximately 4 times the amount as an American tourist. So why aren't you marketing more to Brazilians, Germans, Australians? And they said, well, or South Koreans, people who are prosperous. And I said, well, we just don't know quite how to do it. But so that's some of the drift that I'm not comfortable with here in terms of economic development. And I guess it boils down to asset recognition. So.
Yeah. I'm not sure how to weave that in, but we're here to give you a little feedback, and I don't want any of us to get stuck up so much going back and forth on the various points. I think the $50 room doesn't exist anywhere, but I'm not so sure a $195 room as opposed to a $600 room isn't the type of diversity that
No, I would agree with that, but I don't know if you can legislate it. That's all I'm suggesting.
I agree. George?
Yeah, and I asked this question of Pam Caskey, the facilitator for Northwest COG at that meeting, because I was trying to really understand what was the governor's goal in this. And what we have here in this template, I think, is really good from a community standpoint in terms of what perhaps our challenges are and where we would like to try to address some of these concerns. But it seems like the process that we're being asked to give is to provide input to the state, and the state is hopefully is going to take all this information from all the 64 counties and merge them into 14 regional plans. And so we're going to sort of be part of a region, which includes our Northwest COG partners. And then what is it that the state could actually help the counties accomplish? And so a lot of these goals, I think, are very community-oriented, and the state really can't or won't be able to or shouldn't have any involvement in it. But there are other goals that I think are much more pertinent that the state should be involved in. And I would specifically point out, I mean, there are a couple things in here. Certainly a state tourism program that goes out and promotes tourism for the state, which will benefit certainly our county and our region. But one of Jack's points that came up, which you have listed in terms of restructure, sort of the sixth point that we put in here, restructuring funding mechanisms to better support local economic prosperity. You know, I think that that's not only a state mandate, but it's, restructuring the Gallagher Amendment. It's not only going to be more business-friendly environment, but I'll talk about this a little bit tomorrow, but I was at a meeting last night in terms of education demands or lack of funding for our education in our state. And actually, the Gallagher Amendment really inhibits the ability for schools to be able to garner more property taxes, which supports our schools. So, and the rent as well. So those are the things I think that the state can actually try to help promote. And actually, it will have to be, through state legislation, and it'll have to go through actually a general electorate vote. But I guess my point is, if there's a way that we can solidify this in terms of expectations, what we really think the state can actually help us, and then the other parts, I think, is just in terms of what the community feels there's a need to, and that has to happen locally. I mean, that's what I'm getting a sense of.
Yeah, I have struggled with some of the same issues, if I can convince on that, because it's the difference between what the state is and the state structure and state government as we know it today, and then there's the political leadership of what the state could do or should do. And so to see the state leadership, political leadership, address the funding shortfalls for K through 12 and higher education. Right now the state is, arms are tied because of funding and things like that and the current rules. But that doesn't mean the leadership of the state in the political realm can't say, we need to be investing in higher education if we're going to continue to attract the type of competitive jobs and companies we need. So I struggle a little bit with some of my review of this. I apologize for not being at the meeting. I think this is an excellent start, and this is a topic that some communities obviously spend years on. And so there's short-term, there's immediate, there's long-term, there's where we should be. So I have a few comments I would make on this. And if it's appropriate, maybe I'll just run through those now and then leave the time open for others. But, for me, the ability to implement a county RET or RETs for municipals or RETs at all with voter approval, I mean, we should add the word with voter approval in there. I think it's a very important tool in the toolbox of how you fund things. I wouldn't want myself to limit it just to marketing. There are communities that have a RET for arts. I mean, if it weren't for the Wheeler RET that funds the Wheeler, which was pre-Tabor, that's a huge attraction in our community. I'm not on that board, may not use it the most, but I know other counties are interested in RETs for open space. We're funding our open space currently through a mill levy. If you had a RET for it, maybe you could fund open space through a RET and put the mill levy towards other purposes, So I just don't, just the ability for communities to locally determine and make the decision, and the voters then to make the final decision over what is the greatest need for using for any given RET. We have a small RET for housing. We are pre-Tabor on that. I just wouldn't want to limit it to say it has to be a marketing RET or nothing and be a single issue. So that's one that I see there. The other things I saw, I was thinking of very specifically more going on, we don't really talk about the natural environment at all. And I don't know if that's under asset-based development and you use natural assets and anthropogenic assets, but the ability to continue to see investment in the protection of our wildlife through DOW. So a lot of it to me is not losing what we have. You can't do development unless your foundation is sound. And, in any number of areas, we're seeing an eroding of the foundation that you then do economic development on. Transportation comes to mind. So if you don't have adequate funding to eventually approve I-70, it impacts all of us on the delivery of goods that we need to sell. It affects the ability of people to get here. So at some level, for me, there needs to be some sort of interwoven in here or statement that the foundation of services that we currently receive from the state is incredibly important. The child care assistance for low-income families. We receive X. If we received Y, we wouldn't be in quite the bind we found ourselves in a few months ago talking about how to fund the lowest income families' child care needs. if that gets cut in half, it's going to undercut economic development. So to me, there's something about sustaining the services that we receive currently through Health and Human Services, through transportation improvements. And again, those are the man-made built environment, those things. But the natural environment is critical, that the DOW, and this is a issue for many right now with the potential merger of the Colorado State Parks Division and the Division of Wildlife. Hunters are very concerned that their fees, which self-fund an agency right now, are going to be diverted to state parks, and you're not going to see the habitat enhancement or the type of work done that the DOW would like to do to help maintain the deer and elk herds. So, but for me, water needs to be in there as well. Under assets, the Western Slope natural assets include the water that flows in this community and the non-consumptive needs of recreation, fishing, tourism, quiet relaxation along the Rio Grande, these sort of things. So I would really want to see that in there under asset base, maybe under the invest and fund sustainable local infrastructure. It's invest, fund, and maintain. That's where transportation money comes in there for improvements and maintenance. I-70, we can be specific about that. Eventually, it'll be the entrance to Aspen. We'll need funding from the state for that once decisions are made there. The low-income child care funding, these sort of work support. And so, to me, even this last one on this page, maybe it's not just as much restructure funding mechanism, but increase. We need to restructure and increase. We all know we're in a structural deficit on these sort of things. I've already talked about the RET, which should be for broader issues. Support tourism and encourage new approaches to tourism. I do think it's worth mentioning heritage tourism. We're putting a lot of money into our historic resources, and that could be very important for a smaller community like Redstone. And invest in the intellectual and cultural capital, continue to fund or begin to fund at previous levels the Colorado Council for the Arts. That's been something that's been just really dropping off for quite a while. So those were my major comments, and I'll have gotten those. One last one was invest in the intellectual capital. We talked about using CMC better and things like that, and I've put it out there before. I really think that we'd have a potential here for a culinary school type of partnership with CMC. There's so many great restaurants in town that people could intern in and work through CMC. I don't know if we need to get specific, but that the offerings in CMC could be more geared towards economic development, sustainability. Wow.
First, I'd like to say I think it was a fabulous process getting together. I really think Pam did a wonderful job from Northwest COG. At first we were kind of writing down all these ideas, and I was like, oh man, we're going to be scattered all over the place. But they really came together in these 6 ideas, of which I think you very appropriately took that 6-1 and put it in that other category. There's a saying in business that we use all the time, which is you manage what you measure. And that's, to me, the more I think about this process that the governor is directing us into, has created benefit to us in a thought process as a community. When we can assess what we do well, what we need to do better at, what our assets are, what our barriers are, we think better about how to better our community, and in this particular case, from an economic development standpoint. And I really think that process is a great start for the governor's needs, and I think the governor's needs may potentially be just that, getting us to think about managing what we measure, so he's already accomplishing some of that. Some specific comments, the first section, develop local assets. This was probably the section that we had the hardest time getting our arms around, because there was some very kind of interesting terms and philosophies that were thrown out, economic gardening, things that people weren't 100% understanding. We also talked about asset-based development and what exactly that meant. I actually had the opportunity to go over this at the monthly meeting of Morrison Fairwell today with 40 realtors this morning, and the word development is one that, again, scares people in this community. So I question the word develop local assets. Maybe it's nurture local assets or strengthen local assets, but the word develop to people in this community means building, and that's not necessarily what we're talking about. We're talking about
Get rid of the wrong buzzword.
assets, we're thinking of real property with assets, and actually we're talking all assets here, intellectual assets and that sort of thing. The other area that I thought needed some thought process, either for this or for what we do as a county going forward, is a little bit of separation between short-term goals and long-term goals. In the sense that there were a lot of things that came up that I kind of associated as givens in economic development. Having a good educational system in our country, in my mind, is a given for economic development for us as a community locally, and us as a community in a national sense. But I'm not sure it fits into everything that we have here, because it's really a long-term goal, and it's a given, and it should be in there somewhere, but I see it as a long-term goal versus short-term goals. By short-term, I mean 5, 10, 15 years, and long-term, I mean 20, 30, 50, 100 years. The other thing is the intellectual capital. I think there are a lot of things that we can brainstorm in terms of primary partners and adding more. We've got so many resources in our community. I put down Rural Resort Work Center here, who does education and job search things for people throughout our valley. I put down the Aspen Institute in terms of investing in intellectual capital and what they do to better the communities here. I put down Aspen Young Professionals Association, which is an organization that's long the last 8 years, been helping young professionals in our community in professional development, networking, and community awareness and involvement. And again, this is about managing what we measure. The better we can measure our community for economic development, the better off that we can do. I think this is a great start, and I think really the next big question is where we go as a county for having an economic strategic development plan as maybe part of our network of master plans that we use to define our goals and define our values that we could use to better govern with the economic sustainability in mind.
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah, please.
The first resource primary partner you said was it the Resource Center?
Rural Resort Workforce Center.
Okay, thank you. And, right, I'm hoping that the 28th, after people have heard Jim Westcott, it'll be the chance to kind of take it further for that more specific, what are we thinking for Pitkin County? What role do we want to play in all of this versus just trying to get some things out for the governor to combine into these regional plans. So hopefully that's the way it'll work.
Jack, you had your hand up next. You were finished up?
Yeah, just a couple comments. Obviously, I would agree with the fact that Pam really did an outstanding job of laying out a process where we could have a lot of think kind of stuff going on, and not long, elaborate discussions and and all of that positioning stuff. It's a very cooperative, very diverse group. I would hope that when we submit something, and Rob touched on this, and I said it from the very beginning, I just want to use a different term than development. Because all of a sudden that starts drawing lines. No, this should be a cooperative effort. And when you talk to mention development to me, even though I know what you're talking about, I also know where we've been. So we just need, I think investment and sustainability, those words are about what our economic plan is going to be. It's going to be doing what we do now, doing it better, and focus. I think there should be some focuses, obviously. Example you brought up, Rachel, about our natural resources. Actually, we didn't develop a list of everything under everything, but under foster green energy economy, there's protect, develop, and market our unique resources, for example, the Roaring Fork River. I think we, on this one, just eliminate the energy economy because that's too specific, use energy as one of the multiples underneath, and rename this something like foster and invest in a green economy and our natural resources. Because I think we ought to have natural resources as one of the headings. It's like when we first did our strategic plan, we didn't have environment in it, believe it or not, because we all took it for granted. You know, this is a decade ago. So, you know, those comments will stand. About the elements that Cindy listed as far as restructuring funding mechanisms, etc. Well, hey, you know, sometimes it gets late. So, or Tweety. But I think it's important, although this is called a bottom-up economic development plan from the governor, we cannot let the state and the governor and the legislature off the hook with their responsibility to look at the bigger picture also. It's not just on our backs, it's them. And you also alluded to this. And that's why the Gallagher, I mean, I was thinking more macro than micro when, you know, we were doing this, and a couple of these came from my group. The Gallagher Amendment, I think if there's any single thing in this state that could help business, it's probably, and that's why we call it a restructure, you know. The county red, yeah, well, we were focused kind of like just on Pitkin County, but I think ability to implement a county red, and then you put a, for example, housing, marketing, infrastructure as examples, and that's how we would cover that, because you're absolutely right. But we just, my group just focused on that.
It's all shorthand.
We understand the history about a state marketing plan. I think one thing that could come out of all of this is that we need to, unfortunately, go back, because we did have a funded state marketing plan, and a lot of us, and I think I included, 15 years ago, whenever it was, I'm going, well, what are we doing here? And, the economy and the world was a different place. It's now and today, and we do need a marketing component of our state funding, absolutely, beyond the minimals, which we know, we try to do now. And so, and I'll just repeat, not only do we need to focus locally and do better and enhance, and I think that education piece is an important piece to add in here, but we also must challenge the state and the governor. The governor, he's in my small understanding, is a very ideal situation because he's respected throughout the state. Well, he's a Democrat, but that doesn't matter. He's got business interests and experience, etc. This is a plus. He's the guy to take on some of this.
I would imagine that, and I could be wrong, that we'll be doing a bit of a cover letter to go with this, rather than just them having to understand. I mean, I don't know why. Maybe it's an after letter as opposed to a cover letter, but there are some points here that I think don't necessarily fit so well into a grid in terms of, state support, what the state can do, has done, versus the leadership element that we need to actually do some of these things. And then, again, to talk a little bit about that you need to maintain your secure foundation under which development can go forward, things such as higher education and school funding, transportation funding need to be addressed. And those are statewide areas. That's where the state and leadership can assist us, and it's going to be important. We could spend a lot of time and money on all these things and then see the underpinnings fall away. And, just in his conversation, one thing that also really strikes me, I'm not sure how to fit it, it seems some of these things go back and forth under columns. I would agree with you saying drop the word energy economy and have that as a subgroup under number 5, but certainly the protection of the natural environment, support of those things also fits under tourism. That is our major type of recreational tourism. And so maybe when we talk about types of tourism, we want to include recreational, natural resource-based tourism. But at some level, the state needs to be planning for the aging population. I mean, you think about I don't want anyone to take this wrong, but a drag on the economy in terms of finding the resources for the provision of services of an aging population. It's everything from additional transit services, additional medical services, additional housing. It could be all sorts of different issues, and it's just a known phenomenon that's coming forward with the aging of the baby boom generation retirement community. So.
Well, Rachel, one other point. When Rob, Cindy, and myself went to Silverthorne, actually the series of questions that the group facilitator spoke about, one of the ones was about state funding mechanisms, etc., and that's where I originally came up with the Gallagher thing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a theme. They already asked us that before. It's in the template, etc. So.
Now, was there any, John, I'll go to you. Let me ask this one question. Was there any real reason why items like Tabor or Amendment 23 weren't talked about?
Actually, we mentioned that as part of a conversation, but throwing stuff on the wall, there were enough challenges with just Rhett and Gallagher. And I think those who have been involved in the process understand that the deficiencies, the good intent of 23, but look where it puts us, as well as obviously Tabor. And Tabor was mentioned in conjunction with.
We'll go back to John, and then Rob, and then George.
And just to jump in, I think we need to be careful. This isn't going to be our only opportunity. This is the first chance for us to participate in the governor's bottom-up approach. And as Cindy said, we're working on a tight timeline, so we'll try and do our best to get the modifications made that we've talked about today. It has to be in by the 15th, I believe, is our deadline, so in 3 days.
Okay.
But as Cindy also said, we are continuing these discussions. We've got some additional workshops planned, and we'll probably need to come back and talk a little bit about, so what does a good follow-up discussion look like? Because I do think, as has been articulated here, the community has a set of values where this is a sensitive dialogue about what does this mean. We need to bring in a diverse group that represents the different values in the community to have this dialogue, and we'll have an opportunity to further refine some of these discussions and maybe talk about some of these bigger policy issues. And I think we have the opportunity to communicate these to the governor's office at any time we arrive at the conclusions. And so I want us to just keep in mind, we've been asked for this input, and we're doing our best to give it, but we should also avail ourselves of the opportunity to give input at any time that we have discussions that produce broader, more useful, or more well-refined definitions. And we're going to continue on and figure out a process to have those discussions.
Thank you.
I will just say real quickly, in regards to what Jack said in our conversation in Silverthorne, we talked about the barriers for businesses. Obviously there's a trade-off between collecting tax revenue sometimes for businesses and inhibitants for small businesses to to do business. We talked about the Colorado unemployment tax going up dramatically this year. In here, you've got investigate rent reduction options for local businesses. You know, obviously Gallagher is a part of that in terms of triple net leases and property taxes for businesses being topped on property taxes. But I will say as a business owner that when your revenue source drops dramatically, the first thing to go and get cut is labor. You know, it's real easy to use that variable, cost and say we've done it in the county. I mean, we've cut a lot of labor in the county over the last couple of years. And that doesn't necessarily help the economy, having labor cut back, because then people aren't earning an income and they're not spending that money in their communities. So I think there could be more focus in our plan as a community, or this plan, that says how can we help local businesses save money? Because when local businesses save money, they do put some of that towards employment. They do put towards some of that. I mean, I talked about during my campaign having a tax rebate to local businesses on triple net leases. Something that would go back towards employment of people. I'm not saying that's the solution, but I do think that that's a big part, getting small businesses to employ people, and that's making it easier and having cost savings for small businesses to operate.
I agree with you. George?
Cindy, I just wonder if under the action items, is there a way that we can define more clearly the state roles in some of these?
George, because I was thinking the same thing, and we're kind of walking this line between a community dialogue and then communicating with the state. And I'll just tell you, in thinking about it myself, there's so many options as far as, I think we talked a little bit in terms of our action steps, but, if we go up to the strategies, for example, encouraging local ownership of business, the state could play in that in so many ways. You can set up enterprise zones that provide certain types of breaks, for, if you're going to be a locally owned business. So they could maybe look at pulling in some of the federal funds, if those are still going to exist in the future, to create revolving loan funds through CDBG or workforce development. And so I was a little concerned that outside of the local, if we got too prescriptive, we may limit some of the creative options, or we may, in that strategy and action step.
I guess my concern is, and as you said earlier, that we will have the opportunity to continue to work on this and continue to forward our comments on to the governor. But some of this, quite a lot of this actually really does not concern the state in terms of a regional plan for the state to really get their arms around. It's really a community opportunity to look at different issues. And I go back to my earlier point, this is an opportunity for us as a community to look at some of our goals, but what we're being asked for is from the state is to come up with ideas for economic development that the state then can roll into regional plans and see where they can play a role in it. So there may not be enough time to get into some of this, but a lot of these strategies are so specifically community-oriented that the state, that it's just, we're not going to have enough impact or input in terms of what we really want the state to help us with.
Well, I see what you're saying, if we stay with that one specific topic where, the action step might be to develop a stable, adequate funding for state tourism promotion. Because right now it's just an annual appropriation from the legislature. It's not stable. It's very hard to build a 10-year marketing plan on a source that fluctuates so widely. And so that could be a very specific, that we should think the state should develop a long-term plan or something that's off budget and it's automatically an annual appropriation. But it is that mix between what the state should do, what we can do. I feel in some ways that this effort has been one just to give people a direction to start swimming in and to tell them there's impetus to have some hope. It's like nothing to fear but fear itself, and the only way you're going to get out of it is to start rolling up your sleeves and working locally, and to the extent we can point very deliberately to the state that this would help small businesses if Gallagher could be restructured, if tourism funding was secure, if the protection of our natural resources doesn't go away, if the investment in roads and transportation sustains our businesses, that we need that. So it's always a mix between local and state. I don't know if we can divvy them up as clearly as to say they're very interrelated. And I guess the last comment from me is I want to be clear and not have misspoken that I believe there are tremendous contributions, and always have been, always will be, from our senior population. I was just talking about our own preparedness to be able to give them the services, and the state's preparedness to give them the services that they're going to need. So I want to be clear on that.
It's obvious, baby boomers are here.
Yeah.
I'm the first year I registered for Medicare. Would you believe it?
Damn it, I'm never going to get that either.
And I'm only typical of how many?
Yes.
Zillion.
Yeah. Okay, board members, other last comments or thoughts for Cindy? And if people do, we can certainly email you as you're finishing this drafting up. What's the goal? You're going to maybe email it to all of us as you submit it, or you're going to show something to any revisions tomorrow afternoon or anything like that?
I think what I'll do is take a shot at incorporating all the comments I've heard. I want to check in right before I leave on some of those. And then try a little bit of a cover that maybe broadly defines some of the things we've talked about that we didn't think maybe were emphasized enough or felt we had time to really explore.
Fit into a matrix.
And hopefully more high points, right? I mean, we're not going to get into minutia.
No.
And then I'll send it to John. No, what would you like me to do? Would you like me to send it?
And we can send it to all board members. And I think, like Jack is saying, at this point, we probably don't have time to get into a lot of wordsmithing, and there's probably not a lot of value to it, because this has to be put into a pot with 64 other counties now, and they're just going to be pulling out major themes, and a lot of the nuance we're concerned about is probably going to get lost in that initial discussion. But I suspect as this process moves forward, we'll continue to have opportunities to bring these points forward and maybe hone them for our unique.
Yeah. I think some of these points will come through with others' plans as well.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Michael?
One thing in transportation, we have the Colorado Division of Aviation. I think that needs to be a part of this. How we can coordinate, how they can coordinate, having better air transportation within Colorado. And also the suggestion of a similar organization that's based on mass transit for all of Colorado, because you have individual municipalities, and in our case, multiple municipalities and a county, but how do you actually talk about mass transportation throughout the state? There's no real central location for that, and I think economic development follows mass transportation, quite frankly, and so that needs to be considered.
I mean, there's CDOT's transit division.
I know, but
they need to be greatly enhanced.
That's sort of an afterthought division,
Yeah.
and I would like to have it a more central kind of focus.
Okay, I would agree with that.
So we'll get Cindy, you'll forward us an email. As Rachel and I will be going to Denver on Thursday.
Yeah, I'm actually going Wednesday evening because there's a CCI Public Lands meeting on Thursday afternoon about Executive Order 1033.
I was going to leave Thursday myself.
Yeah, early in the morning. I'm going to go Wednesday night. But that, I also read this morning a press release from NACO and Ryan Yates that the continuing resolution on funding the 2011 budget totally negated the wildlands policy, that none of the money is a rider, none of the money can be used to implement, administer, or do anything with the wildlands policy. So I don't know where that leaves them with the original Federal Lands Management Policy Act, which does require that inventory, but we'll see. So That's about it for now. We will go on break and resume our meeting at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Grassroots TV.
Did we ever hear back on the survey?
Take your time, we're fine.
Scott Nelson is.
Well, grassroots, we're ready, we'll go ahead and start. Thank you very much for being here today, appreciate it. And you have a copy of the agenda, the potential items that we have put up for discussion. One of the first items on our agenda is the tree farm disposal property. And we had a little briefing on this when we had a joint meeting with the Eagle County Commissioners not long ago. Saw a map of the property, the riparian zone, and the more agricultural lands on the mesa, as it were. And I don't know which of my board members would like to kind of start in with the topic in general. You know, we've done so much to keep good open space and riparian lands in public ownership that we're concerned about losing those parcels. And also understand that this is the mechanism that you're looking at for the funding for the improvements to 7th and Main property.
Let me just, a quick overview of how that discussion came up. It's been 6 years that Congress passed the Forest Service Facilities Realignment Act, where we could sell excess administrative property and use that money, keep that money for maintenance or reconstruction. And so we've sold a couple of spots around the forest of these administrative lands and been able to use some of that money. And so that's been on the list of excess, and recognizing it's not just a whole piece of property. We have quite a few throughout the valley, and then to the Eagle and Vail Valley too. And so we haven't made a decision on it. It's just on the punch list, and if we move ahead with actually proposing to sell that property, we have to go through a NEPA analysis to sell it. But one thing I'm committed to is making sure one way or the other we have two things. One is we protect the values, the riparian values, and two, we provide some sort of public access to that area, because there aren't a lot of public access areas to the Roaring Fork in the valley. Most of it's private access or take in, take out from flow trips. So we're ways from making that decision, and obviously we'll involve you and Eagle County and see what we can do. Maybe there's a way we can keep it in public ownership or sell or parcel it off, or we sell the part that's obvious, would be a good spot for that's not the riparian area where the houses are and the old nursery's at. Or we could look at, Eagle County's interested in keeping it, obviously, or part of it at least, as open space. So we have an opportunity to look at that. The other thing is the potential for the long-term leasing legislation. If that were to pass, if we were to get through that Congress where we're allowed to lease federal land for the use of to housing authorities or some sort of quasi-government housing authority, that would be another option for that. It's a pretty good site for affordable housing, both within the valley and for the Forest Service. So those are the options. So I guess at this point I'd just say, we haven't decided anything, and there are several options. We need to look for revenue streams. You guys all know the conditions. It's not just this building or this site. It's across the forest. We have the condition of our facilities and the substandard housing we've asked people to live and work in is we need to fix it. And the reality is we're not going to get appropriation money to any extent to do that. So this is the balancing act and developing revenue sources at the same time developing, make sure we're protecting those open spaces that we need to. So that's kind of where we're at. Any other thoughts on that? Questions?
Jack?
I think the key for us is timing and notice. That should hopefully be your third element. Protect riparian, etc. And the third one is certainly communicate.
Okay.
So we understand, timing. So if we in fact are going to maybe partner, whatever, with Eagle County, which is conceptually a very positive idea, that we are in tune to get at the front of the line.
George?
What I heard at that meeting, when we met with the Eagle County Commissioners, was, given their overlay of their zoning, it didn't sound like they would be supportive of allowing any development, at least down on that riparian area anyway. And so the value of that, unless someone was just to purchase the entire parcel and just have their own private access to the river, which I would not want to see happen, as you just said, Scott, because it's a valuable asset for the community to have access. I guess you could always throw a caveat in there that it has to have a public easement, but otherwise, just to, if you were to try to divide that parcel up into two sections and sell the parcel that may have some potential for employee housing or some development, and then maintain the riparian area for public access, which can't be developed anyway, would at least be a good starting point.
It would. You know, in the big scheme of things, it's an isolated urban parcel when we're trying to manage 2.3 million acres of other stuff. So, if there's any opportunity, we can work with counties or the local governments to look at a management or a partnership management. We're up for that. I think we're all, we being everyone in the agencies, pretty tuned in and sensitive to the value of that riparian habitat there, because we've impacted much of the riparian areas along the river, and where we can maintain it, we're going to do our best. And so,
yeah, I would just kind of echo some of the concerns that have been approached here. As you know, the Roaring Fork Valley Watershed Plan has just been released, and it's a very important reference document that I think would play into the NEPA analysis and should carry some weight in its discussion of maintaining unimpaired habitats like that. The other thing that really strikes me a little bit is, and knowing you're relatively new to the valley and have hit the ground running and brought a lot of great insights already, clearly, but before they started developing all the LD Bell Shopping Center and now what's the Willits property with the foundation, there used to be a wintering elk herd that was always there.
Really?
And I don't know where they've gone or how they crossed the highway, but you're, I'm sure, very familiar. I mean, it used to just be you'd round that corner in the winter and have 60, 80 head, maybe more, sitting there. And I've wondered whether even the flat parcel above the riparian, whether the DOW would have any interest in helping restore that, or is that a missing piece that affected the Mid-Valley? That it's not the same piece, obviously, but could it be mitigation? Could it be something that goes back into that? And so, finally, one question is, the NEPA analysis is going to look at just the environmental aspects of this property. Is it going to look, because part of the purpose of selling the property, the management issues, and the revenue stream to then reinvest in other assets, will the NEPA analysis look at other ways to raise those revenues? Alternatives to the sale, in kind of a no-action scenario?
yeah, we would have to have a no-action alternative. I don't know if we'd look at...
Well, I'm just thinking, frankly, and this could be way off base, and I'm not sure what it even brings up, but I know you've done some planning on the 7th and Main site, and, for my intent, your site there is within the urban growth boundary. It's an existing residential neighborhood. Could the revenues be raised by carving off 1 or 2 lots there for sale as free market lots, and then use that money to preserve this full 85 acres that is important habitat? So it's just a consideration of what the various...
No, that's actually still part of the conversation with the conceptual designs with the 7th Street, so I know that's on the agenda, we'll touch on that too, but definitely, Rachel, that's on the table.
Okay.
We have to keep moving, and we have to,
Yeah.
at some point, make a decision, but I don't think we're at a point where we're at a nexus where we have to say, this is it now, and we're going to commit to selling this or keeping that.
Rob, I see you have your hand up, and then
Yeah.
other board members will.
In our meeting with Eagle County, there was talk about some timing with writing a letter in terms of potentially getting in line for buyers for this. And want to make sure that we're kept abreast of all of that information. I also wanted to ask, at the same time, you said that there were other properties within the valley that were sold using this allowance and other properties that are potentially earmarked for being sold. Can you touch base on those?
None have been sold, if I said in the valley, I meant on the forest,
Okay.
so I misspoke. None have been sold in the valley yet. We've sold some in Meeker, we sold some in Eagle, we almost sold one in Minturn. As far as what's on the docket here, we have a horse pasture in just this side of Carbondale.
Rose Lane.
Rose Lane. What else is in this valley? That's it?
Yeah.
It's the Rose Lane property.
Property in Aspen potentially
And
as well.
then property in Aspen and Elgin. Those are the three in the Roaring Fork. So it's in 3 different counties, actually, I think. One's in Eagle, one's in Pitkin, and one's in
Garfield.
So.
You still, I'm sorry, you still have that employee housing you use up on the frying pan too, don't you? That parcel?
Yeah, just at the base of the frying pan.
Yeah, that's a great piece, that's a great.
But that's not on the disposal list.
Not yet. For those of you that are familiar with that property, it is possible that there's about a third of an acre right at the downstream side of that we have considered, and probably just with ease, we'd probably put the whole parcel on the disposal list. We haven't gone there yet.
It's a historic property.
Yeah, I mean, that thing's a CCC.
Oh, it's a classic, beautiful cabinets.
Who lives there?
Oh, you live there?
I'm kind of familiar with the site, so.
Other board comments on this topic, question? But I think you've gotten our main interest is.
Well, just to follow up on when we do sell any of these through the FS-REAL legislation, we can request direct sale. In other words, it won't go on competitive bid and auction type sale. And generally, it's city governments, local governments, or some sort of organization that qualifies. But to get considered for it, we just get a letter that says we'd like to be considered for direct sale of this property, and then we submit it to Washington, and we have to come up with rationale. And it's not a big leap. It's generally, if it's part of a community open space plan, if it's part of a community affordable housing, we're working, just yesterday I had a meeting with Summit County on a parcel there where they've already requested direct sale authority because they've identified as they're part of their affordable housing thing. So we will be able to make a solid rationale. So we'll let you know when and if we decide to sell it, direct sale is we would let you folks in Eagle County know right away.
Thank you. Actually, one last question which might help inform us all going forward of potential sources. Are there water rights associated with the upper bench because it formerly was a farm and a ranch that when you guys bought it? And how are they senior? Are they?
They're pretty good water rights, and we're right now kind of looking at the value of those with and without. There's some value of that water, of course, and potentially we could put that into some wetland habitat. And we just need to, right now, be kind of different. We don't have the information that we need to see, what the differential with and severing those things how that would play out financially. And I guess, again, at the end of the day, it's our ability to, from a forest-wide standpoint, create that pool of resources. So there is a value there. We don't know what it is yet.
Okay. Well, just again, as a footnote for you to bear in mind, several years back, the Pitkin County voters approved a 1/10 of 1 cent sales tax for protection of water quality and water quantity in the Roaring Fork Valley. And subsequent to that, through the good graces and leadership of John Ely and our county attorney's office, we were able to create a water trust with the Colorado Division of, Colorado Water Conservation Board. And we are in the process of donating some rights that we have from some of our open space parcels for fulfilling minimum stream flows within the area. And obviously, the more senior the rights, the more valuable they can be to that end. And this is more of a heads up that may work into the planning on that. Certainly would help the Fish and Wildlife people feel happy. And it may be a source that we could help contribute from that pool as well if they fit into everyone's scheme correctly. So that was a heads up to maybe talk to John Ely about that as you're exploring the water rights. Okay. Our next item up is to get a little better understanding of the draft planning rule. that there are comments due federally by the May 16th deadline. And Ellen Sassano, if you want to maybe jump up to the table there as well, is preparing our comments. And so we were wondering if you could outline a little bit for us what this rule change means and how you see it being implemented.
Well, first of all, I think you should all support the new planning rule in your comments.
Okay.
You know, this has been going on, we're currently operating on the 1982 planning rule, and it's worked effectively for a while, and as a lot of things we learn that, you know, there may be improvements. And so multiple administrations have looked at this, primarily driven by the fact it's taking so much time and so many resources to get these forest plans done that are supposed to last 10 to 15 years, and we're spending 8 to 10 years or 7 to 9 years to finish them, and millions of dollars. And they're not, you know, they're not site-specific. They don't necessarily allocate specific resources or projects. So the whole goal of this, there's probably 2 or 3 goals that I'd like to highlight that I think would greatly improve our effectiveness and our cost efficiency. Is one, it streamlines the process, so the timeline for them is 2 to 3 years and not 7 to 9 years. And it does that by, you know, maybe taking a little less concise analysis of specific resources at the broad, kind of like you guys do comprehensive plans at the county level, but then when there's a specific proposal, you look again at that proposal. Well, this would streamline the process considerably. The other thing it does, it really provides quite a few provisions for engaging local communities and setting up collaboration and actually a system in which collaboration is almost mandated as part. It is mandated as part of the rule that you're going to figure out, not necessarily prescriptively in the planning rule, how with local communities are you going to figure out that place-based collaborative to help design the zoning of the forest in the future. Overall, it should help us considerably shorten the process and save money. I mean, we're just spending too much money on forest plans that by the time we get them done, we're at a timeline where, well, we need to provide for revision. And it provides a more streamlined approach to doing revisions and tries to keep them, dynamic, and you're constantly updating, where the updates are not these major things. You can do the updated amendment and keep them fresh. And so when you do a forest plan revision after you get through the first one, it's not such a big deal. Because right now, it's when you jump into a full forest plan revision, it's a whole team, it's millions of dollars a year, it consumes tons of time, and then we set a lot of things aside. Well, we'll deal with that when we're done with the forest plan. It's probably some of you remembered when we went through our last one here. So overall, I think it's going to be a really good improvement on what we have right now.
What is the opportunities for public comment and public comment on a draft and things like this in terms of notice and
it would be similar and as much, equally as much as the opportunity to comment. It just provides more incentives and direction on keep that collaboration going throughout it, and as opposed to you send out your scoping document, wait for the draft, comment on the draft, and then you do a final. This is more of a collaborative approach where you're building that consensus along the way. And you're not always going to get it, and recognizing there's still going to be tough issues that come up, you know, allocation of wilderness and non-wilderness or things like that become controversial, tough issues, and those aren't going away. They'll always be that way. But Ellen, I don't know if you have something specific that you could ask, and I'll do my best, not being an expert in it. But
no, I really, unfortunately, I haven't delved into it to the point that I have specific questions. But other than who is the best person to work with on the forest here in the event that I do have
Wendy
questions?
Haskins.
Wendy?
Yeah, she's probably, and she can hook you up with someone in the regional office. When's the comment period? In May? So you have some time
May 16th.
to get a little more detail. this planning rule from a, county government, local government perspective, I think gives more deference to local communities for how the forest plans are shaped in the future. And there's, that in itself has some controversy associated with it because they're national forests, but it does give a little more deference to the place-based collaboratives that seem to be pretty successful across the country.
Jack?
Yeah, I can remember when we went to originally rewrite the forest plan, the White River, and really moving along nicely, and the travel management plan was right there, and then a local politician, congressman, got involved, and I don't even know if the travel management plan is a final product. Of course, I know it's not, but we'll try to get an update on that. And therefore, we ought to keep the politicians out of it and let the Forest Service do their job protecting and managing the resource, and maybe we'll get somewhere. But specific to the planning rule, collaboration is, of course, positive. But being a representative of this board at Colorado counties, for example, there are a lot of different approaches from counties as to what to do with the resource and protect it or extract it or use it, etc. Are there some guiding principles and overriding values that allows the Forest Service to collaborate but not give away the farm?
Jack's asked a hard question. I think so. I mean, we have, the beauty is that there isn't a prescriptive way to how to do it, and each community tends to evolve differently and across each forest based on the values that are important to that area. There are laws that protect us against, things that violate FACA, the FACA law that prevents certain decision-making within collaborations, that we can't quite give that up, the decision-making authority. I would say yes. I mean, I think there are provisions, and I think we can, either with our existing planning rule or the new one, there's still plenty of opportunities to create your own, yet not let it get so to the point where you lose the authority of managing the lands. But
Well, the authority of managing the land, but also protecting the land or making sure it has its own role in multiple use for the American public.
Right.
Because we own the land, not you own the land, et cetera, et cetera. So, the reason I brought this up is there's a bigger perspective than local communities, and one of the guiding principles certainly for CCI is local control. But that is not unequivocal. It cannot be. So that's why I asked.
it doesn't supersede all the natural resource legislation that is based across the national level. So it's just part of our planning rule, trying to streamline it. But it's a good question, and I think it's worth documenting.
Well, when you're dealing with us, please think of it.
Sure.
And I'm sure you will.
Yeah.
Because you have. We've got a great relationship,
Yeah.
I think, compared to some counties in other parts of the state.
Yes.
I think you make a good point, Jack. It's, one person's forest is another person's watershed and airshed, and, the impacts can be felt across county lines, and it's one thing for us to say we want to keep our environment pristine and in place, but it doesn't really matter what they do 30 miles away to their forest when it may affect the fragmentation of habitat and things like that. So you'd hate to see it all be so locally focused that protecting the animals and the natural environment get lost.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think Scott's point about, at the end of the day, even though we will collaborate, and the two of us are dedicated to that, and at the end of the day, we retain the decision space for the federal lands that hopefully is a good integrator across those boundaries is our charge. So it is a little bit of a buffer, even though we'll engage in the collaborative efforts. At the end of the day, we'll keep that national hat on, as is our obligation. So that's the buffer that I see, maybe.
Well, we wanted more than a buffer. We wanted to be the guiding principle.
Are there additional board comments or questions on this area? Okay. Thanks for taking the time for giving us your perspective on it. We appreciate that. The next item on our agenda is the Maroon Creek Road special events. And we're talking about bicycling related. It's kind of a little bit of an informal conversation. As much as anything, we see increasing number of requests for permits in the area, and Michael had raised this for us to discuss today, so I'll turn it over to Michael to discuss.
George did.
Oh, was it George? I'm sorry, I thought it was...
Although I agreed with him.
Okay. Just kind of getting a sense of how you look at those processes.
Yeah, just as Rachel was saying, we're seeing through ComDev an increased number of people interested in utilizing, Maroon Creek because it's such a beautiful place to be able to have a special event. But my concern is that we have a very short summer season, and it could very easily take up every weekend. And so I was curious in terms of if you have any policies in place or your thoughts in terms of limiting the number of events that would actually close off that road once it reaches your gateway up to the Maroon Bells or not. And actually, Michael had asked a question to our county attorney in terms of who actually owns that road and who actually has control over that road. And I don't know if I really understood the final answer. If the county owns the road all the way up to the Maroon Bells, or once it passes the Forest Service gate, that you have control over it. So those are some of the questions and issues.
Yeah, and let me find out that for sure. I don't want to answer that right now because there's some ambiguity as to a lot of the road issues. As I think we're all aware, we have sort of a handshake agreement as how we're operating, and haven't necessarily gone to some sort of a legal designation about who owns that segment. I just want to recognize the issue that we are getting increasing requests for use of that road, folks wanting to close that road during certain time periods for different events. I mean, we got a growth curve that's pretty substantial. So let's I guess we got to change. For instance, the city of Aspen is a little bit more interested in providing for those events than what I'm hearing, at least from George, and maybe it's a sense of and that's good for me to know, because I know we're bumping up towards conflicting uses on that road and conflicting desires, and that's going to just ratchet up as we get more and more applications. So I guess my suggestion is let's continue to talk about that, maybe even getting to the point where even on an event by event basis, because that we're just getting more and more all the time. So we need to set some sort of levels, depending, and without respect to who owns the road, let's get together on that.
Yeah, and I want to make sure we haven't reached a formal board position at any level. I am supportive of special events. I think this is just one of those truly preemptive conversations that we all don't want to see it go too far afield before we start talking about, are there limits to growth, are there limits to the number? We are aware of the requests surrounding the Quizno bike race, and so this isn't any sort of attempt to shut that down or offer direction for this upcoming summer's activities. But when you have Race for the Cure and any number of other events that are well received locally, it just really raised questions for us. Do they even need a permit from the Forest Service if they don't stage off the road? If they don't have anything that's in the shoulder or off the road, are we the only permitting authority? Should we be coming up with a little bit of a joint permitting process? Would that actually make it easier for the events that are good for economic development that we'd all like to support, so that they're not, filling in two different sets of applications? Maybe we could have a common set of applications that would satisfy your needs, just to see what we can coordinate better overall. And then, all of us think about what are the limits, both on the support that we can offer through our sheriff's office for public safety and the issues that the public may have about being, I came up to here and I can't go to Maroon Bells today. Wait a second, what does that mean for the traveling public and the general public? So the equity questions are in the background. And then we're going to go all the way down the board again. George,
Yeah, what I heard you say, Scott, is your comment was maybe we should look at this on a case-by-case basis, but I would suggest that we want to have more of an in-depth discussion in terms of overall policy discussion with you and with our ComDev versus trying to look at it on a case-by-case, because then you never know when the next request will come in and they have some great benefit or whatever it is.
Yeah, and I must have miscommunicated. My intent we're solidifying our special use process. It's got we're going to try to have stricter deadlines than what we've done in the past. So we should be able to package these things up, you're right, as an overall effect and have that discussion. And I'd dedicate us to making sure we have that at least once a year when we and get your input on how much is too much, because we're actually wrestling with that internally, and this is a great community test of whether or not we're getting too much or too little, and then, of course, balancing that against the economic opportunities that these things create. So, and I would suggest that we may want to get the city involved in that discussion as well, because I'm not sure you're on the individuals on the board here may be in a little different spot, and the city may be in a different spot. So I'll commit to making sure that once we have those packaged up for the year, that we do have that discussion, because I think you're right. It's a cumulative. It's not an event by event sort of discussion. We got to talk about how the summer really plays out for maximizing the opportunity up there.
Michael, Jack?
On that subject, I mean, it's been recognized actually for a very long time that resource, the Maroon Bells and the road going up the Maroon Bells, would suffer from too much use, and so therefore you have the bus service up at Wazinski. So there's a plain recognition that resource can be overused very easily. But it was always considered to be traffic. It was always considered to be individual cars, and it hasn't been considered to be special events until lately. And that's partially because the economic downturn, there's been a turning towards, well, how do we spark the community where we have special events? But that's been growing too over time with the Race for the Cure and various other things. So there's that recognition of a limited resource or resource protection, and I think it has to be done in that context without picking on anyone, but recognizing that it's a resource that has to have special care. And the most widely used part of the Maroon Bells seems to be as a photographic backdrop to politicians. And I'm thinking of, if I run again, to go up there and have my picture taken. You could use mine.
Especially get a permit.
Yeah. But I think we need to talk closely about that, and it might be one of the first discussions in the country of how do you deal with a resource, and that you want people to enjoy, but you really have limited capabilities. As George said, there's only a certain amount of weekends, and in this community, those weekends are filled up now.
You know what we should do, and provide you folks, is we should be able to go back and take a look at how many events we've had. Let's get a, we're assuming it's increased, and I don't have any reason to believe it's not, but let's really look at the numbers and trends over the last decade or whatever our data shows. And so we'll try to pull that information out to see how many special events, what were the durations, how many days, how many hours or days it was closed to traffic and things like that. So that way we can actually have a conversation about what's really been happening. And again, I have no reason to believe otherwise, except I just don't have the data right now. So we'll get you that.
Yeah, I mean, do weddings occur up there? I'm sure they do. Mm-hmm. And do they need a special permit for a wedding? Who knows? I mean, I don't know.
Grady, you had your hand up on
Yes,
this?
I did. Doug Grady, Sheriff's Office. 20 years ago, historically, Maroon Creek Road was considered Forest Service property. And that's how we operate. We operate in a mutual aid agreement with the Forest Service to do campground patrol and traffic enforcement so that we could avoid doing the federal cases in a federal magistrate office, which would require Forest Service to bring an LEO if there are any crimes. So about 15, 20 years ago, it switched to where county started doing maintenance, and somewhere along the line, the definition is gone, or if there ever was a definition of absolute jurisdiction, which is critical in criminal events or any kind of adjudication, anything that needs adjudication. So we really don't have that, but when it was switched to county to do maintenance, it kind of became our road, and no one, I'm with everyone in the room, no one knows who owns that road. Whereas 20 years ago, we worked on the basis that it belonged to the state going through the forest service, through the forest. So I think that definition really has to be made before we go anywhere, only because if we really have to deal with anything, we really have to know whose ground we're standing on, whether it's a county road, state road, or it belongs to the Forest Service. So I think it's an important point.
That's a very good point. Jack, you had a comment, and then
real quick,
Rob will start to...
I think George hit the nail on the head. It's really about, and using the word collaboration. Collaboration, working with ComDev to come up with a process that we're both involved, that has adequate timelines. And so one party, I believe part of this concern came up from last year, that the Forest Service, just doing their job unilaterally, gave a permit or something, and we were not part of that. Or there was some awareness, that's all it went. So let's collaborate, let's talk with ComDev, and create a process where we're both on the same page. And certainly seems like Tom has a real relevant point, and we'll have to figure out how to go there also. But we don't have, I don't sense anyone on this board, there's no two events, but just how many, and really it's the balancing act. Gee, multiple use, access, but closure.
I think Jack is referring to that foot race up the frying pan that was going to go up and over in a few areas.
But no, that was a few years ago.
Yeah, that was a few years ago.
We were involved in that, but this was here.
Okay, well, I was thinking of that one because it was like they said they had a permit, or they were doing hearings on the permit, but we were the ones that were going to be having 8 food trailers and portable restrooms and all sorts of traffic support vehicles that were, the foot race through the hills didn't seem like much. The support was a lot. Rob? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
This seems to me about, one economic development driver battling another economic development driver with special events and our, our largest attraction here, the Maroon Bells. And it's really what I've talked about with special events is maximizing the potential for all parties involved and working together to do those things. It's things like time frames for events and considering those things with having that discussion as an event is getting planned. It's things not necessarily as much as how many, but how we do the events. Maximizing the potentials for the events. Public notice. Making sure that the hotel, maybe there's a requirement for hotels to be notified, so their guests can know, well, the bells are going to be closed from 7 in the morning till 8:30 in the morning, which is traditionally when these bike races happen. And I bike the bells 2 or 3 times a week all summer long, and I don't think I've ever been stopped with a roadblock saying you can't go up today, you need to turn around. So it's really about the process of special events that I've been talking and making sure that the city, I see Nancy Leslie in the back, about having a plan for special events to operate at a maximum capacity for the community.
Yeah, I think these are all the good components of a framework. So thank you very much for your time on that. We also now have wildfire hazard as a topic. What is the collaboration work that's going on with the open space and trails on habitat improvement, and then what coordinated planning efforts are going forward for this upcoming season?
Yeah. We've discussed the 50,000-acre habitat restoration program. We've been in contact with Gary in particular about how do we dovetail our efforts to make sure we take full advantage of open space and county properties when we're planning those events. I mean, it would seem silly not to take the opportunities while we've got crews out there to also consider doing similar treatments potentially if it makes sense on county grounds. So there's that aspect, and we'll continue to go through that as we develop our environmental impact, or our EA environmental assessment on that habitat burn. The other project where this came up is doing a project up Starwood where we're taking out some beetle kill and beetle brood trees at Starwood. It seems like there's an opportunity there to look at their fire plan, and one of the things Gary and I talked about with the homeowners association up there is can that potentially be a model for other homeowner associations when it comes to pretty robust fire planning. They've got a pretty decent fire plan there. It could potentially, we'll work with them to maybe improve that, but getting the homeowners associations together, talking to one another, see if they can learn from one another, just seems, from a multi-ownership standpoint, just makes all the sense in the world. Be kind of frank that I think that we are underplanned for fire hazard in the county, and we'd like to do what we can to try to integrate with private landowners to prove up on that. So that's the discussions that we're in, even last week with Gary and the Starwood folks to see what we can do about promoting those conversations. So that's kind of where we're at.
And across the forest, this is the time of year our fire folks are working with the county fire chiefs and departments and wildfire protection. Just making sure we're ready to go, and so far, things look good. We never can predict the fire year, so we won't. But certainly on the Front Range, they're getting an early dose of it, and I think I've said this before. It's not if, it's when, and how prepared are we when it happens. And right now, across the county and across not just this county, we have a ways to go. The story I've been telling people is I've been shopping for a house the last year, and it's pretty staggering when you go into some of these developments, and not only are houses fire traps, in my opinion, as far as the vegetation, the homeowners association regulations don't allow you to cut a branch. Now, those are places I'm not going to live. I'm not going to put my stuff at risk if the associations don't allow me to have defensible space. We have a long way to go as far as the education process for that. And we're not talking about stopping fires, and it's the term defensible space. And it's what we told the Starwood folks when they approached us about the forest land above their properties was, we're not going to do all this work on the forest. It doesn't make sense, because we've got to do it together. And just a side note, I know we need to move on, is the Colorado Roadless rule, I believe, is going to come out this week, the final rule. And one of the things that related to whether or not you can do things, treat things, cut trees, and treat fuels is the robustness of your community wildfire protection plan. So I think when that document, or when that decision finally comes out, we need to reconnect with your emergency services folks and say, how are we doing? Let's take a look at those community wildfire protection plans and start to work at this. And a lot of it's going to be, recognition or education, and the recognition that everyone can do something to improve. It's not just a Forest Service problem. In fact, if you look at some of the fire history in this valley, in all likelihood, it's going to be a private land issue before it's a forest issue. So we have a ways to go. But I feel pretty good about the communication that's going on, and I think we'll be prepared for the fire this year as best we can.
You end up with a room of fire marshals, fire professionals behind you right now, because we're talking about the International Fire Building Code next. So I don't think you misspoke at all. Tom, you have a comment, and then we're going to kind of keep rolling. Unfortunately, we have more time.
I'll try to go fast.
Yeah.
And, one of the things that we're doing right now in the county, So we have a really great annual operating plan. Forest Service, BLM, Colorado Forest Service, all the 4 fire districts were all coordinated and have been for many years. Works really, really well. So our initial attack is right on, and then it comes down to cost sharing or what jurisdiction is going to pay for it. But we have a, it's 100% attack on just about any kind of fire. The second phase of what we're going into from the emergency manager's office is that there's been a languishing project and grant called the CWPP, Community Wildfire Protection Plan. I'm sure these guys are well aware of it. It's been languishing since about 2009, and it includes Red Mountain, Starwood, and Conundrum. Darrell can give a little history if we really need it, but it kind of languished because it was very intrusive once a plan was starting to develop, and individual residents really didn't want to be accountable or held accountable to these fire standards or fire mitigation standards. Darrell, right now, normally needs an introduction to his qualifications. We're trying to negotiate a contract with Darrell through the emergency manager's office. We use this grant and projects to try to coordinate this a little better on a countywide basis. BLM's approved that grant to be used countywide, not specific to little resident areas. And Darrell's going to try to do that, and that's going to coordinate with pre-disaster mitigation plans. So all these 3 fire aspects really can be homogenized and catalyzed and become a project or a plan for the entire county. That's our goal. That is actually disseminate to everyone. Say, this is our recommendations, what we want. This is, and hopefully that is where wildfire is going to go in the future. And so we're right there at the cusp of this coming together, pulling out that old 2009 project with the new pre-disaster mitigation plan and coordinating with our annual operating plan. This really should be a nice product for the county. There's residents of the county, however, they have to accept it. It's not really going to be enforceable, and I think this is what Darrell ran into, is that people really didn't want the intrusion on their property. They said, well, I moved my firewood from the garage or the side of the house, but you're not going to come here and see it.
Right.
So what's the point of having a plan if there's no teeth in it? So the best is to have a plan and make it informational, say do it, or like Forest Service say, why are we working, in the perimeter of that property, that wild urban interface, that WI. A lot of acronyms are new to me. There's no point in cleaning up that if the properties aren't going to do it.
Yep.
But what's the enforcement aspect? Are we going to enforce it, or are we going to just have faith? And that's kind of the bubble we're on.
Thank you. Michael, comment?
Well, what we get also is that in approvals of buildings is that we ask people to cut back vegetation, and at the same time we're trying to preserve vegetation throughout the county. So there's always a tension there of how you actually end up doing that, and it's a challenge.
Yeah. Well, we would just put this on our agenda because we want an early conversation. We still got a little snow on the ground and pretty good moisture content, but we know that might not be the case come July and August, and to the extent anyone in the viewing public's following this conversation, defensible space around your own home, and protecting yourself as much as we have a lot of great professionals in the room. Again, we've seen what's happened across the state and other states, and you have to depend on yourself in an emergency situation and create that safety in your own environment. So we'll see what we can do to continue to get that message out with Pat Bingham and the Office of Community Development, and we'll do what we can to support the collaboration and the work of both of those planning efforts going forward. Our next item is and we'll do some really brief little updates here. These were put on just for updates as far as larger discussions. But let's take the last one first just so we can hear the word. What is the status of the travel management plan?
Done.
Has it been released?
No, but it's done.
Okay.
And so, once we finish the document and everything like that, it has to go to the government printing office to get it all lined out. I would expect, we haven't got a delivery date from the GPO yet, but 3 to 4 weeks. But our work is done on it. And, it won't be perfect. And I can't really talk about the specifics at this point, but we are committed to keeping it dynamic. So when we find things, and we relook at this thing every year, we're going to do so. But there are a lot of happy people around the office that have been working on it for 7 years, and so we're delighted to report that.
Yeah, but we'll be happy to take a look at it and to see where the sparks fly from that. The status of the oil and gas leasing environmental statement. We were at the fire district meeting room last summer, I think, and heard the status of the leases that had expired in the Crystal River Valley, and that they were being put back up for releasing interest, or we were at a scoping comment session, and some of us questioned whether they should be put back up for releasing at all, and the fellow there had informed us that it's his obligation to do so if there's been any sort of public interest in those. We're just kind of wondering what the timelines are, where the process is, just where did that one go?
We're moving along on that one. The draft environmental impact statement should be out in May. I'll say mid-May, but we're hoping for this month, but it looks like we're going to get one, which is still a pretty good timeline. We've been at it pretty hard. So once the draft comes out, then they'll have a public comment period, and depending on those comments, we'll finalize the document. Hopefully, we may be able to get it before the or early in the calendar year 2012. So.
Okay. So that's really just an update. There's nothing to be discussed until a document such as that is released, but we were just wondering the timelines. The update on the plans for redevelopment of 7th and Main Administrative Site.
Yeah, we've come up with a preferred alternative after several public meetings that we've had. So far, those will get out and made available. We haven't released our preferred alternative. Fortunately, it's the one that seemed to be most favored by the folks that showed up at the several meetings that we had. Right now, we'll roll that into doing elevations. Right now, it's kind of like a monopoly board where things are going to be. We don't have any elevations for the type of building yet, so we'll be developing those over the next couple weeks, and we'll have another meeting once those are prepared. By the end of the month is when those elevations are due from the contractor. So we're moving right along with that. We'll continue to solicit participation from the county as we go with that process. We want to get something that's going to be that is favored by the community. Let's put it that way. So,
and just to clarify, we're at the 5% conceptual design stage, so we have a preferred conceptual design, which, as you folks know, that's a long way. And then we'll look to develop a new contract to go to 30%, and that's when you start to see, a little bit more definition to what we want to do. And then we have to balance what we want to do with what we can afford to do, so depending on what we can afford to do, that might change things. As far as, we'd really like to have a nice, some sort of visitor services where guests are welcome. Not huge, but something that's attractive and that you can interpret. The idea of having, being able to take some of that interpretation outside really came strong with the public and the meetings we've had. But that costs money, and hopefully we'll be able to have the conceptual design. The two that we really focused on, they allow us to look at if keeping a portion of that lot undeveloped and in the state it's in, and if we needed to, as we were talking before, we could sell that or sell a lot or two, which is worth quite a bit of money in that neighborhood, to help offset costs elsewhere. So. It's been an interesting process, and we're really delighted the way the community's helping. We realize that this is a community landmark, or could be a real community centerpiece, and we want to make sure we do it right, because we're not going to have another chance for a long time.
Okay. And I know we're moving along quickly, but let me know if anyone wants to raise their hand. The last item on our agenda is the collaboration on trail network in and around county-owned smuggler open space. We don't have anyone from our open space here right now because they're doing some interviews, so we apologize for that, but maybe just from your perspective, what you know is going on.
Yeah, what we've engaged in is sort of a co-management area, which includes the open space and then the Forest Service, both from a habitat standpoint, but also a trail system standpoint. So we've been engaged with with Gary about, and the city about, what could we have out there that includes that chunk of ground, including, again, vegetation treatments, a trail system that would be co-managed, interpretation for that. We're not going to call it a park, but it's going to be a co-managed chunk of ground is what our concept is. So we're developing some preliminary ideas of what that looks like, and we'll be coming back with that. The city's taking on the lion's share of the recreation portion of that, working with our folks to kind of come up with a concept design for at least the recreation portion. And then we'll follow that up with a vegetation treatment, which is also in the queue, working for the forest and a couple other partners to decide, how can we treat that chunk of ground to diversify the forest, decrease the opportunities for beetle infestations, those sorts of vegetation things, and take care of some mining.
Debris.
Yeah, that's in that area. So really doing a multidisciplinary approach and multi-ownership approach to a larger chunk of ground. So we're pretty excited about that, and it sounds like the city and county and us can put some resources and come up with the concept relatively quickly.
George? Scott, what are you doing? Are you looking at the issue of some of the banded trails that currently exist up in Smuggler and the future potential for other banded trails to be developed? I mean, what sort of authority or what sort of enforcement or what sort of rules or regulations are you looking at?
Yeah, we do. We already have some road trails in that area. They may be added as part of the system if that makes sense for that area. It all depends on resources. Frankly, we don't have any resources to add additional trails to our system, so it's going to have to be a partnership sort of deal. So we'll continue with our enforcement on the road trails. Folks are not allowed to build their own trails and expect, the expectation should not be that just because they built a trail that trail is going to be turned into a system trail. Just that's not an expectation folks should have. So and we'll take enforcement actions towards those ends. But that's not to say that the trails that have been put in don't make some sense in the long run. But we'll do a full analysis of that as we go. I think it's going to be a thoughtful design that comes out of that. And again, we're going to have to go to the hard work of putting together a long-term partnership where we decide who's going to do what, where, and for how much and for how long. So that's in process.
Jack?
Is that measured through the forthcoming travel management plan?
It is not. It is not part of the existing travel management plan. But again, travel management, like Scott said, is our place and time. Those things can be amended. We have to amend the travel plan to include those, and we won't. Well, I can't foresee us expanding our trail system right now with existing resources. Just we can't make that. We can't make that work, and we can't keep quality up given that. So that's kind of where we're at.
But Jack, if you were asking, are the trails that are currently up there that we're going to say our system authorized trails in the travel management plan, the answer is yes.
Yes, but there are some trails that are not authorized that you know about, that you've known about as this plan was developed, and have had some good hearing time during our wilderness discussions that some of us might not agree are should be open. So we'll just see what the
So when the plan
is.
comes out, it'll have those identified, which ones we, bandit trails that we are now making, because we're going to make, we made the decision, part of the decision will be that's unauthorized trails that have been around a long time that seem to be in a good spot and make sense. Some of them will be considered official authorized trails. Not a lot, but some.
Yeah, well, that's the decision of a total document.
Exactly.
Ends up to being site-specific.
Exactly.
I just hope the rule that all trails are closed unless open, and we can evolve to funding some things, works.
Okay, did you have anything you wanted to, that randomly came up other than what we had on the agenda you want to mention while you're
You guys
here?
covered all the big stuff. We're just glad we're still working. Last Friday, we weren't quite as sure, so we spent all Friday preparing to shut down, and so we're delighted that we're not. And
Hopefully, we don't have a replay with the debt limit vote coming up, and people realize this is important to our economic viability in the summer, and certainly a lot of people's vacation plans.
thank you for your time.
As well as managing the resource.
That's right.
It's about money.
Just again, I want to reiterate with Jack, we appreciate the relationship that I think is terrific here, and your staff has just, again, been terrific to work with, very helpful, and I think it's allowed us to even with this Smoker Mountain deal, to sort of venture into new ground that's unfamiliar to us, but I think collaboratively we can create another great asset through that collaborative process, so we're grateful for their time, and you're allowing them to do that, and just the high quality of folks that you got. It's just appreciated on our part. So.
Well, feelings mutual. We appreciate your participation. I saw Bill Kite just last week at the Watershed Collaborative, and that you take interest in related matters outside your immediate jurisdiction. I think it's really important. We all appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks. We will now move on. We're just slightly behind in our schedule, unless anyone would like to take a break. We're going to continue our meeting now with Tony, if you want to move up, and then whoever else needs to move up for the presentation on the 2009 International Fire Code adoption.
Have you? Fired or no?
Not fires today.
Frying pans.
Welcome, both of you. It's now about 10 after 2 in the afternoon on Tuesday, April 12th, and we are going to be discussing the merits of adopting the International Fire Code its entirety or with amendments. This item has been before us before in some discussion levels, as our memo outlines, and we were trying to see if all the jurisdictions could kind of come up with a common code to make it just easier for the builders and for implementation. But it looked to me like there's still some outstanding issues. And if you guys just want to introduce yourself, and then Tony, please lead into a discussion of where we have decision points or may need further dialogue.
Okay. I'm Tony Fasaro. I'm the chief building official for the county. And I thought I'd give you a quick rundown on the history of this. In the past, the Pickens County has not adopted the fire code. What we've done is we've allowed each district to enforce their own code within their district. But it's never been adopted, and there's always been some concern about whether the districts, whether how much authority do they have to enforce the codes if they haven't been adopted. So this has been the issue. The fire marshals have approached the county a couple times in the past about adopting this code. And the last time was in 2007, and we've included a memo from Scott Thompson, the fire chief and fire chief Arnie. That's all. And at that time, the BOCC directed the staff, the fire marshals, to prepare one countywide adoption, as you're saying. And it just turns out that there's no one-size-fits-all. Each district has its own needs, philosophies. Aspen has, fire hydrants, and maybe Basalt and Carbondale don't. There are a lot of different issues. So what the districts have done is their proposal is that we should adopt the fire code, and each district would have its own code that would be approved by the county, and they would be able to enforce that code within their district. The way it works is Carbondale and Snowmass are pretty much adopting the fire code without amendments, and Aspen and Basalt are, you have their list of amendments there, what they would like to do. And just to give you an idea of what's in a fire code, I included a copy of the table of contents. And it's voluminous, and it's very interesting, I'm sure. But if you look at it, a lot of it we recognize as fire guy stuff. I like to call them the fire guys. There's fire safety, about open burning, emergency evacuation drills, things we would expect a fire company to do. It's about dry cleaning shops and woodworking and spray paint booths and repair garages. It's about tents for special events. How do you make sure that those are safe? It's about hazardous and combustible materials. And, it goes on and on. You get the general idea there. So there's a lot of that. There's also quite a bit in the fire code that goes hand in hand with the building codes. And when the building department, we'll do a plan review, we'll do the inspections on a building, and by the time we leave the building, it complies with the building code. What happens afterwards, we don't have any idea. And this is mostly to deal with the commercial buildings rather than residential. But the fire department then has the ability to go in and make sure that the egress from these buildings is the way we left it, that they're not closing up exit doors or whatever. But it's a maintenance code, and that's what the fire districts do. They maintain make sure these fire suppression systems and the alarms continue working. We've worked together a number of times on unsafe buildings. Someone will call in an unsafe building, and I'll grab up one of the fire marshals here. We'll go out and we'll take a look at it and decide what needs to be done. Basically, that's what the fire code does. And I'm sure Ed and the rest of the fire guys here will have a lot more to add to that if you need to. I included some continuing concerns, and these are basically just conversation points. I don't know if I should call them concerns, but they're anyway. They were listed in your packet there, and at that point, I think I've kind of given you the intro here, and we have Dan from Aspen, and Scott Thompson, Bill Harding from Basalt, Bill from Carbondale, and John Milley from Snowmass here. And they're ready to answer, and Brian Nichols.
Give a
Aspen also.
Way in the back.
Way in the back. Ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Let me turn it over to Lance for a second here, because this is about adopting the International Fire Code into the Pickens County Code. What have the concerns been that you've been tracking, and really are the decision points for the board?
The adoption, so that we're clear, is to make the International Fire Code part of our building code group. Doesn't anticipate any changes to the land use code at all. But there are implications to land use review, and that's what you're talking about. And a couple of the concerns that we've talked about throughout this process that's been going on for several years are what should the Board of County Commissioners have ultimate control of, and what should the fire departments have ultimate control of? And as Tony mentioned when he went through what is in the International Fire Code, I think most of that, 99 and 44/100% of it, both the Community Development Department, the Building Department, and the Board of County Commissioners are willing to cede that to the fire department as their area of expertise, and that they're the people that should be doing that, and they should have the right to do it, and they should have the clear authority to do that. The areas that we've always talked about are access and the sprinklers issues, and those are what Tony has put in his concerns. Two of the things that are in the four concerns. What is being proposed for the concerns that we had regarding access, and the concern primarily is that, in all frankness, Pitkin County has approved development with sometimes less of a road improvement standard than the fire department would really like to see. And the reason that we have done that is because of the environmental issues associated with the road building. The fact where a 20-foot wide road we may feel in a particular location is really not appropriate because of the steepness of the slope or the surrounding vegetation that would have to be removed or something like that. Whereas the fire department may prefer a 20-foot wide road instead of a 14 or 16-foot wide road. But the accommodation that is being proposed is that the fire departments have agreed that they would live by our Pitkin County Asset Management Plan. Given that, we really don't have a discussion point on access anymore, because if we can't live with our own access management plan, then there's something wrong. It's something that we adopt. The Board of County Commissioners adopts the asset management plan. It's something that we think are appropriate standards for roads and driveways, and it's something that we should live with. So that concern is really not a concern anymore. And the other thing is, we've had lots of experience working with the fire districts, with Ed, with Bill Harding, and whenever we have a serious road issue, road improvement issue, we've always been able to come to an accommodation where the fire districts and community development and the developer, the applicant, have been able to come up with an improvement that we think provides safe access without too much harm to the environment in that case. So I'm really not concerned about the access anymore. That's something that I think we'll continue to work on a case-by-case basis, and that won't be an issue. The sprinkler issue is something that has come up periodically, and the one that I think of most prominently is the Woody Creek Mobile Home Park, where Ed really would have preferred that all of those units be sprinkled, and the Board of County Commissioners made the determination that we were not going to require that in our approval for the Woody Creek subdivision. The way this is drafted, if we were to adopt that, those decisions would go into the purview of the fire department. That has not come up very often. The Woody Creek Mobile Home Park was one notable area. Occasionally it has come up with an agricultural structure where, because of access to the structure or proximity to steep slopes or vegetation, where the fire departments have recommended sprinklers in an agricultural structure where we probably typically wouldn't do that because we did not feel it was as much a life and safety issue. That would be the other case where I think the way this is proposed, there'd be a little shift of ultimate authority.
Okay, that does a good job of outlining some of the major issues. George?
Lance, the other concern that is in this memo is the issue about fire sprinklers becoming required in residential buildings less than 5,000 square feet.
That's if there's code changes later, I can let Tony address that.
So, I mean, is that sort of an issue for the fire department, more of an issue for the fire departments versus us, or?
This was something that we had brought up and discussed at a work session meeting in last November. And this was about this is the building code requirement now, the International Residential Code 2009, first code in history here that would require fire sprinklers in all residential buildings. And that's what the issue is. It's not something that comes out of the fire code, it actually comes out of the building codes. And we had tabled that requirement until, it wouldn't start until January 1st of 2013. And before that time, we'll come together and have a discussion on this. Right now, that whole program is kind of in flux. There's state law being written as we speak about who can install, who can inspect. The fire sprinkler manufacturers are coming to terms with, providing the equipment that that would work in these buildings. So this is something that's in the future. And my comment there on the amendments as written did not distinguish between requirements for sprinklers for buildings over 5,000 square feet and buildings under 5,000. And that is just a reference to that. I'd like to make sure we're all on the same page. And I know I've had discussions with Ed and Scott on it, and I think we are on the same page. I'd just like to make sure that the ordinances are what we all think they should be.
I have to say I'm a little less clear now. Because
sorry about that.
The second line in your bullet point says, these requirements are already in effect for houses over 5,000 square feet, but will become significant if fire sprinklers become required in residential buildings of less than 5,000. And I thought you just said that they are going to be in 2013.
Okay, the difference there is the 5,000 square foot threshold. And as long as I've been with the building department, fire sprinklers have been required in even residential buildings over 5,000 square feet. And now the IRC, the International Residential Code, would require them in buildings under 5,000 square feet also.
Okay.
Does that clarify it?
Okay, so it is in the pipeline to become effective for all new
Right.
construction. And if someone were to need a permit for any sort of significant remodel, addition of a bedroom or remodeling a kitchen, that would then trigger that they come up to that code as well? So people might be in a retrofit situation?
No, this would only be for new construction.
Only for new construction? There's no threshold about partial demolition of the building or anything
No,
like that?
if the building is existing and it does not have fire sprinklers, putting on an addition would not trigger the requirement.
The other thing, Tony, is this optional, whether or not to adopt the 2009 code, or is it not?
And we've left this up to further discussion. And, in 2012, we will see where the industry is, where the state is, and we will discuss this, and we have the opportunity to go with it or not go with it. It's basically...
It's not done.
It's not written in stone. We basically put it off. I know the fire marshals would like it, and the National Fire Marshals Association would, but it's up to us.
I think that helps clarify that one. I appreciate that. Let's hear from Eddie Van and any of the others who've come here today to express their concerns and their desires from the code going forward.
No, thanks for the opportunity to come here and work with you on this. Firstly, I just want to say that what we're proposing is nothing that we haven't been doing for the last 22 years. There's nothing new in our amendments. There have been, over the different code cycles, there have been maybe changes, maybe some additions. In this code cycle, there aren't any changes to the amendments, save one about fire extinguishers from my jurisdiction. They've been renumbered and clarified, reworded for clarification, and they had to be renumbered according to the newest version of the International Fire Code. To answer your question, I'd like to expound a little bit on the sprinkler systems. Actually, it's longer than 22 years. We've had our sprinkler ordinance, and that was any structure in excess of 5,000 square feet shall have installed a fire sprinkler system. And over the years, we found that just the basic standard that was presented to us that we could use wasn't quite adequate to cover a 15, 20, 25,000 square foot house. And so we've made some adoptions or changes to that for 5,000 square feet or higher. I can give you a good case in point. We have fire sprinklers in residences at Doolittle, up on Doolittle Drive, and at the North 40. They all have the basic straight 13D basic minimum fire sprinkler requirements in it. It's when we get over 5,000 square feet is when we start having to work with the sprinkler contractors and the folks to make sure that they're getting the coverage that they're paying for, the life safety, the intent there. So that's one of the issues I wanted to clarify.
And so those homes at North 40 or Doolittle Drive, they put in sprinklers on a voluntary basis during their construction, or they were required to?
They were required to. They wanted to have a neighborhood feel, and they wanted to minimize access, the road going through. So instead of what the fire code required, and Lance's right, the fire code would require a 20-foot egress or entrance for the road, we said, okay, if you want that, then you're going to have to help us. And because if we can't get our trucks there, we can't get through there, we need a fire sprinkler. We have to have fire sprinklers. Same thing happened with Doolittle. With two main ingredients that we are dependent upon in the fire service is access and water supply. If we don't have those two things, we're SOL, to put it bluntly. And so that's why.
Okay, I understand the leverage point then.
So again, that's one of the areas we can work with you. Just let us know what we're dealing with. Again, the access issue with the roadways, very seldom. The 16 feet. We've always gone to in the county. We've always gone to 16 feet. We start with 20 because that's what the code says we have to do. But if you're going to sprinkle, we can reduce our access, and this is where we've come to terms and to agreement with the land use code, the asset management plan. So.
Thank you. Any questions at this time? It's Jack, and then we'll again.
Yeah, relative to the sprinkler issue, my impression is we punted. We would not adopt that component of the International Building Code. And when 213 came around, obviously previous to that, we would address the issue. And so, for me, hopefully that's where it lies. And if this proposed new legislation here changes that, then I have to know, because I don't support sprinklers under 5,000 feet. It's been a basic planning tool. There are some exceptions and you can negotiate, but I personally feel, according to location, very important, it adds to a real burden, potentially economically, when people can hardly stitch together building a house. Now, is there a difference between 4,900 or 5,000? I'm not going to get into any of that. So, to me, hopefully that one is, as Tony has articulated, for a future discussion. Now getting to what's before us and understanding in a very preliminary way where Snowmass, Carbondale, Basalt, and Aspen are at as far as their amendments, etc. When I look at it all as a package, I still haven't heard anything compelling to tell me we need to do this. What's changed? I maybe I think too much of or understand too little about the law, because I thought the fire districts made the rules and regs consistent with, of course, state, federal law, international, the things we've adopted. But I thought you all had the authority. Why are you looking to us to give you more authority than you already have?
Well, I could be corrected if I could be corrected here, but I believe, although the fire districts have the authority to adopt the codes by resolution, we still need your permission to enforce the code in the county and our fire districts. Is that not correct?
Yeah, I think that'd be a question that we may want to ask John Ely, but I believe that enforcement is coming through our code enforcement, or our building permit code enforcement process and authority, and so it adds to the legitimacy of any enforcement action if we've adopted this as part of our building code.
That's relative to the building code, but the actual fire safety elements, you build the house and you meet the code, the fire code and building code. What is it that we're being asked to enforce then?
You're not being asked to enforce anything. We would be the enforcing. We're asking your permission to enforce the code in certain areas other than just the building codes. I mean, when I say the building codes, there are other maintenance things, like at the Airport Business Center, when we do inspections at the ABC, at the gas station, the fuel stations there, or, Scott, you have examples of something that we have that's against the code, but we weren't able to enforce it because we tell the people about what they need to do, and
Right now, we can issue, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we can issue COs whether they're in compliance with the fire code that's not adopted or not. Is that correct? And I think that is probably the bigger issue, is it would that would make compliance with the fire code mandatory for issuance of the CO. Is that correct?
Is
So
this
that's
the
enforcement piece, Chet?
Excuse me for interrupting. Is this the international fire code that we haven't adopted, or the section that we have? I'm not sure why we're a player here, why we're needed.
We've been through this several times through the past few years, and essentially what Tony tried to say in his memo, that in fact, to a great extent, the fire districts have been enforcing the fire code, but they've been enforcing the fire code without Pitkin County's adoption of the fire code in the unincorporated area of Pitkin County. So they've been using the force of right, meaning the fact that they're telling people to do what people should be doing, and in most cases people understand that they should be doing it. But if push came to shove, without an adopted fire code, the fact that somebody had a painting area in a car repair shop that didn't meet fire code, they probably couldn't enforce it until we adopted this.
So obviously the point here is districts' boundaries are beyond, of course, municipalities. That's what, and districts include unincorporated. That's.
I see a couple of the fire professionals would like to kind of weigh in on this. So just identify yourself for the record and the viewing audience.
Scott Thompson, Fire Chief. I started this in 2007, this latest round, and it was such a short while ago. But to be honest with you, Jack, we're bluffing people. We're telling them to stop their unauthorized use or unauthorized burning, but we have no leverage. We have no teeth. And we need that to be able, if we ever have to go to court, to have something to stand on. Right now, we cannot even regulate open burning. And we know how dangerous that can be. Look at 100 Road Fire, look at some of the issues we've had in our valley. The fire board did a resolution to stop open burning May 31st through the rest of the summer, every year. It's been on the books forever. Technically, we can't enforce that. We go out and we ask for voluntary compliance, and thank God we live in a community that most of the people comply. We deal with egress problems. very often. Lazy Glen Trailer Park, just all throughout the county. One of the big issues that we seem to have is battery storage. Neighbors will call up and say, neighbor's got batteries stacked next to my house in a condo. We deal with it on, voluntary compliance. One that we've had recently, propane storage. Somebody was scared to death of the amount of propane that a construction worker had on their property. So, all this stuff falls into the fire code. I think what we're asking is to legally have the right. There's always been a great relationship with the Board of County Commissioners and the Fire District to say, yeah, go out and do this stuff, we'll stand behind you. But we need a vote. We need to do this correctly. We need to do this so, like I said, God forbid we ever go to court, that we've done our due diligence and we've adopted the code properly.
Thank you.
Bill Harding, Fire Marshal with the SALT. Couple things. One would be to add what Scott just talked about, an example that you'd like to have, and then the other one is sprinklers and access, which is the thing. Right now I've got a situation of a subdivision, if you will, clustered homes near Montewingo that is supposed to have a pond that's filled with a hydrant to it for fire protection for all the homes that are around it. And it's empty. And I'm having a heck of a time trying to get the developer, or in this case it looked like it may have been given over to the homeowners association, to get it fixed. So what is part of the original agreement, that is part of an original planning process, we now have a situation where the appurtenance we asked for doesn't work, and we need to get it fixed. Now, personally, Jack, I've worked with 5 different community development boards. I've worked with Garfield County, City of Glenwood, Town of Basalt, Eagle County, and Pitkin County. In all but this county, we have the ability to cite if we need, through the powers of the law enforcement official, to see that this gets enforced. We can, because part of the fire code is maintenance code. It's one thing to require things and have a CO, certificate of occupancy, where, when Tony does it CO, he's essentially done for the most part. The fire code deals with the maintenance of it. And what we're dealing with is whether it's sprinklers or hydrant systems, water systems, if you will, those things need to be in place in perpetuity because, the event may happen 10 years from now. We need to know that it's working. And so part of it right now is I don't really have any direct enforcement capability to address this pond. I've got a call into planning now to go back through some of the improvement or the subdivision improvement agreements or whatever to find out what's there. And then again, I don't know what you guys will be able to do in that. It usually gets pretty labored. And and really, the people that lose are the people that live there. It's an expensive proposition, but it needs to be dealt with. So that's one. I've had cases of people who have fuel on site in subdivisions, up Old Snowmass Way, where they're concerned, and all I can do is talk to the owners and say, please don't do that. But I don't really, again, have the enforcement of law enforcement to say, you're above your quantity. I basically write letters and say, well, you're on notice of this problem. If anything should happen, it would be your liability, and try to address it that way. Then, regards access and sprinklers, the fire code, for many decades, when we talked about residential units, has always dealt with the ability for fire districts to develop a community fire service plan or emergency service plan, if you will. And in Pitkin County, that generally just means access and water supply, although in some cases we do have properties where we deal with some of the other things that you'll find in here. We've accepted the Pitkin County Asset Management Plan, and that's a sophisticated document. Buzz Eiler had worked very hard on that when he was here. A lot of civil engineering concepts in there. Is a good plan. In order for us to work with it in some of these cases, if it's a single home with a couple of buildings, we're fine. And we can treat the access as a driveway. It's about us getting in and then dealing with the size of the structure, the type of hazard involved. But if we got cases, the Pickton County Asset Management Plan does allow a 16-foot road for up to 5 dwelling units plus all their other buildings. In the fire code, we can't just accept that. It gives us flexibility, and one of them is sprinklers. And that's why you'll see some cases where homes under 5,000 has it. And the reason is because when you think about 5 dwellings with all their buildings on a narrow road, the vehicle trip per day has increased. The chances as we're going in and running into another vehicle coming out has multiplied. And so it's delayed our response. It affects us. It's hard to get all our equipment in. And so we're trying to address the hazard. And so when Lance talks about that we have worked out things in the past, that's what we've done. It still meets the fire code. It's just that what I've done is just take a pen in hand is explain that. In this case, we have to sprinkler the building. Sprinklers also gives us an avenue towards water supply. And what we're trying to do is hold the fire till we can get there to do something about it. Sprinklers gives us ability to fight that fire with less personnel, less apparatus, because it holds it in place. We can take over the sprinkler system by connecting to it with our engines. We've got very big pumps, a lot of pressure. And when you think about it, when these sprinklers activate, they essentially activate by principle directly over a fire. So if we add water to it, boost pressure, chances are we can knock that fire out without having to go in. Makes it safer for firefighters, hopefully less fire damage when we get there. But it also helps us to deal with the situation where we're looking at the alternative of allowing the narrower access. So that's how we use the fire code to help us work with planning for some of these projects. And what Ed talks about with North 40, they wanted to go less than prescribed. He had no choice but to go with sprinklers. Sure. Okay. I think the last part is to talk about the IRC. Okay. Jack, I think a little bit about the code, just to kind of help you out. It's the international family of codes. And within that, you've got the building code, plumbing code, electrical code, and the fire code is one of those, as well as the international residential code. And they've all kind of been designed to be complementary to each other. The building code deals with just the building, this construction, and that. The fire code essentially deals with the outside for our ability to get in and deal with the problem should it ever come. So access, water supply. We have other parts, but that's for residential, that's a big part of it. So the IRC is proposing sprinkling for all occupancy, but it's coming with a separate idea, and right now has a lot of controversy. I just state that. And so what we sprinkler for now, we do it in order so that we can be efficient in our operations and safe in our operations. And we've got to think about our firefighters, and that's what we're doing right now. As far as doing everything, that's another topic. Right? But the fire code isn't, at this point, asking that everything gets sprinkled. So I hope that,
John Melly, Snowmass Village Fire Marshal. I just wanted to be clear that maybe as an example, Snowmass Village is 21 square miles. The town of Snowmass Village happens to be a major portion of our village. We have authority to enforce that fire code through a town municipal code. In other words, that's, I believe, on a smaller scale what they're asking you to do. The companion codes really do play into this because right now, when Pickens County adopts their building codes, they actually amend a portion of that to exclude the fire code. In other words, you're taking the companion codes and you're saying, we're just not dealing with this one right now, or we're letting the fire districts fend for themselves. And yes, we have good cooperative efforts with the county and our communities, but I think what they're looking for is that commitment from the county that says we believe in all these codes. And that if you're going to adopt one of them, you should adopt them all. And all of our little villages have different needs and access issues and the like. We chose not to add amendments to this, although Snowmass Village does have amendments to their codes. We just felt that it would complicate the issue when most of our amendments are really focusing on what our town wants. So we have Wildcat Ranch, which falls into all that, into our town, so all of our codes apply to that rural portion as well. Snowmass has taken a little bit of an additional step, though, just so you know. We have adopted the IRC as is. We have adopted the 2009 building codes and fire codes. But that is not the portion that we're asking you to consider here today. We're asking you to consider the Pickens County aspects. So we will proceed to try to sprinkle our single-family homes under 5,000, but we're relying on the technology that's called a multi-system sprinkler, which is, it connects to your toilets, your sinks. In other words, the plumbing all runs as one. When you run the faucet on your sink, it's actually part of the major sprinkler system, and this should reduce costs significantly because it's being run at the same time as everything else. But not to complicate that, I just want to let you know Snowmass Village does have amendments, but we've adopted those, and we're not asking you to consider those in this one.
I saw some hands up in the meantime. George?
That was a lot of good information, so thank all you guys for providing that to us. I've got a couple of, I think, simple questions. I just wonder how does cross-jurisdiction work between the counties? Because if you're in LaSalle or if you're in Carbondale and you're looking for Pickens County to approve the code, do you have to do the same with Eagle County and with Garfield County at the same time?
I believe Eagle County has already adopted the 2009. It already has done that.
And we're in their district, or in their county as well, so I'm mirroring what we already do with them.
In Garfield County?
I'll address that.
Yeah, just suggest your name for the
I'm
public.
Bill Gavan, I'm with Carbondale Fire District. And our fire district's in part of 3 counties, Pitkin, Garfield, and Gunnison, and 2 towns, the town of Carbondale and the town of Marble. The state legislature has created more than one way to adopt the fire codes. The county could just adopt the fire code on their own without our input, and then we would have the ability, along with the county, to enforce it in that part of the county. The counties also have the power to create a fire code commission, and that's what they did in Garfield County. So the fire code commission made recommendation to the commissioners, and then they adopt it, and then it's in effect throughout the county, and in that the legislation says in that case that the fire district shall enforce it within their district. It's not a may, it's a shall. The other in the special district law for the counties, for the powers of the fire districts, they also have the ability to adopt the fire code, but they can only enforce it with your permission. So if the Carbondale Fire District wants to adopt it on its own, we would have to go to the town of Carbondale, the town of Marble, the Gunnison County, Garfield County, and Pitkin County in order to enforce it throughout our district. So there's more than one way.
Well, one last question. Why would we even allow indoor pyrotechnics?
Is that night clubbacks?
There is a section of the pyrotechnic industry that have indoor fireworks, that allow indoor fire. They actually design fireworks for indoor use. And for the most part, they're safe, and they're designed for the show that they're doing and the room they're doing it in. But of course, where it got more stringent, or where we had a big problem, was the Station nightclub fire in Rhode Island, where there were 103 people killed because somebody didn't know what they were doing. And it basically as simple as that. And so, and the codes in place did not address all the things that we have. Again, I'll put that back, I put that in, I guess, the last code cycle, to make sure that the people that are doing this have a pretty good knowledge, a working knowledge of what they're doing and how they're doing it.
But is that something that, per state law, that has to be allowed even with those regulations, or is that something that, I mean, what is it?
Now, that's something, let's take like the Wheeler, for example. In some instances, they may have something called gerbs or some sort of indoor pyrotechnics for one of the shows. And so basically, that we did. I think the Nutcracker had one last year that we...
Magicians.
The magicians came out and you got a little, and that was it. That's the type of indoor fireworks that we're talking about. But
Examples, the schools, the high school in Basalt actually had a performance. They wanted to do that for a play. Schools are a big venue to bring shows from outside in, and sometimes they have those things. And the key is making sure that the insurance is there, that there's a safe practice, somebody's overseeing it. My biggest experience with pyrotechnic and what drove it is economics on one hand, but if you ever been to the Hotel Colorado in Glenwood during Thanksgiving time, they do a big fireworks show, and that's an old building. And, there's a lot of money put in that thing. But, when you think about what went behind the scenes to make that happen, in that case, thank goodness for the fire code.
At West we use those little champagne poppers. I don't know if registering those with pyrotechnician. See, they seem pretty
No
harmless.
sparklers on birthday cakes anymore.
Ed, Scott, Bill, John, thank you so much for looking after our safety. I mean, a really crucial part of our community, no question. My question has to do with things that I'm hearing about, like the North 40 trading sprinklers for roadside and that happening here and there. Is there, if adopted, is there an appeal process to the fire district's enforcement? And if so, how does that change if we adopt or if we don't adopt this international fire code?
Well, there is an appeals process, and the appeals process is your appeals board. That's what we've done. We've taken out the appeals process out of the fire code and put in the appeals process that the building department utilizes, the ComDev utilizes, excuse me.
So there will be a continuation of these trade-offs based on special circumstances of location, safety, and trading, one safety mechanism for another safety mechanism.
There will be an ongoing dialogue with the developers and ComDev.
Yeah, most of those, the trade-offs will be discussions with the fire districts and community development primarily. That's what I see happening. The Board of Appeals would be the group that's appointed by the Board of County Commissioners that takes appeals of any of the issues of the building code, and this would become part of the building code. And essentially their role is to make a determination as to whether or not the code is being interpreted correctly. It's really what they do. And that's their role. It's not really a negotiating...
They're not a waiver board.
Go any direction. They make a determination as to whether or not they feel that the code is being interpreted and implemented correctly.
So right now, it seems like we are doing a little wavering with the road size at North 40 in lieu of sprinklers.
Let's keep it at the table here because we're starting to have, John.
I think that is actually consistent with the code. If you're sprinkled, you don't have the same ingress requirements. And so that was a compromise that was made that was consistent. I think that's what we said is informally we've been going through the process and have largely achieved compliance with the fire code. I think the broader concern is that there's really no teeth. If we were really to get challenged on that right now, we have not adopted any legislation that could be formally enforced.
Ed?
I just want, and again, I want to reemphasize, this is not something this is something we have been doing, and it's, as a matter of fact, the 5,000 square feet and the fire alarm requirements are in the building code as well as the fire code now. So it's nothing that we haven't already been doing.
Yeah, I see it as a, not as much of a waiver as a alternate path. It's an alternate way of making mitigation to make it come up to the safety standard. And a part of it has to do with doing older subdivisions that we didn't really approve, or modern fire code standards didn't approve. And particularly, say, in the Crystal Valley, you have some real tight roads and tight hairpin turns and things like that. Michael, you introduced that?
Yeah, I too want to thank all the fire personnel that take care of this. It's somehow I think that we take for granted that we as citizens don't walk into burning buildings, and you do, and we ask a lot of you. I deeply appreciate that. So I would be in favor of giving these various districts in Pickens County the ability to enforce these codes. There are some discussions here that we need to have discussion about. I would even be in favor of sprinkling buildings under 5,000 square feet, but I think we have to go through, to get to that point, we have to go through a 2 or 3 year kind of rollout of these kind of things, to let people know that their circumstances are going to change, and that we have higher expectations in the future. That if it happens tomorrow, it'd be a shock to a lot of people. So those are in the continuing concerns areas. I would have concerns about that, and the same with barns and sprinkling barns. We have to look at that and have some discussion about that. But in general, things that have been outlined here today, I'm for giving those enforcement capabilities through the code to the various fire districts.
Okay, we'll take the temperature on the board on that in just a minute. I have a question that's just vaguely related, because there was some discussion of maintenance of efforts that add to fire safety. So what I'm wondering is, would adoption of this code change, or who would it empower to enforce? You've let your defensible space grow up over the past 20 years. It's now a tinderbox. Would anyone have enforceability on that, on existing residents, to go back and say, look, when you got your permit, it was known to be a moderate fire zone, you made a commitment to keep X amount clear, it's now overgrown? Who would have the enforcement ability to go in on that?
We do. Today, that's part of our land use approval.
Okay.
And defensible space is really not part of this fire code per se,
Okay.
but it is part of every land use approval that we do. And that is an enforcement ability that we have.
Thanks for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Jack, you had a comment?
Lance, does that mean that we somehow would be responsible? I mean, we've given a permit, ultimately resulted in a CO, ultimately, using your example, 20 years later. Would we be responsible for the knowledge as to whether it was maintained as defensible space?
Depends on what you mean by responsible. We certainly have the ability and the authority to go back at any time to any land use approval to review their defensible space to see if it meets the terms of the original approval. We have that ability today. If we had the manpower...
So by policy, typically we rely on complaints or a problem or something. I mean, because you're going to exactly where I have a concern about, well, we're going to add 5 people to start going around the county and, ascertaining status of defensible space.
We've talked about that as a staff and the board in prior years, that it's not something that we're going to do as a regular basis through community development staff, but we have had discussions with fire districts. At one time, we were talking about trying to get a pool of money together from the fire districts in the county to maybe hire a person, and for a year or two that would be one person's role, would be to be a defensible space coordinator and go out, talk with subdivisions, try to give the importance of defensible space and try to get voluntary actions, and as well as to review past approvals. But both the fire districts and the county were unable to come up with the funds. But you'll remember when we had that discussion.
I was just going to say, are you really getting to, at a certain level, liability? Is there a liability to Pickens County because we have
Bottom line is responsibility.
no liability, no liability?
I was just going to go there, and I was also going to point out that adoption of this code isn't going to drive additional FTEs for the county. I think what it's going to allow is for the districts to do, have authoritatively do their jobs as far as looking at the code and enforcement and prevention measures.
So,
Please,
quick question and then a summation, as it were. Lance, you indicated that there were certain areas that if this was adopted, the BOCC would relinquish some authority.
Yes.
So explain to me exactly what that means.
The key example was, absent a fire code, when we approved the Woody Creek subdivision, which is 72 units very close together on small streets. They do have a good water system now. But when we approved that, the recommendation from the Aspen Fire District was that all those units should be sprinkled. And the determination, absent a fire code that said that had to be done, that determination was purely part of the land use review and was therefore a determination of the Board of County Commissioners. Adopting this fire code would mean that because of access, closeness of houses, regardless of the size of those units, if the fire chief felt that sprinkling was important, they could require it.
So, in effect, you're saying that takes away, Rob, I think you might have had the appeal thing a little out of order, but effectively that discussion, negotiation that occurred using the example of North 40 goes away? Or does that ability still exist within the code to allow some working together before a final, well, this is what I think, and the chief says that's it?
I think the important thing is that the Board of County Commissioners would no longer be the final authority on that question. I think the fire marshal still weighs access versus sprinkling and makes a determination when he feels a correct, safe situation has been arrived at. But that would be his decision, not yours.
Yeah, so if I might then, so we can move this along.
Well, Jack, can you hold on, because I just think Ed wants to clarify as well, and then you can...
Okay,
Well, just clarification, for the Woody Creek, years ago when Wayne was still here, there was a resolution, I think Suzanne was this county manager at the time, that there was a resolution for the Woody Creek Mobile Home Park to have all new modulars be sprinkled. That was a resolution that was okayed by you. We presented it to you, you okayed it. After the fact, and after some discussion, the county commissioners decided to rescind that resolution. With the fire code, without the fire code, those access issues aside, the size of those homes would not necessarily have to be sprinkled. As far as North 40 goes, that was a voluntary move on the part of the developer, that they wanted to sprinkle because they wanted the feel of the closeness of their neighborhood. That was not our decision. That was our recommendation, that they said, okay, we can do it that way.
Okay, well, in effect, fire safety, you can't hardly compromise that. It does make a huge amount of sense for me, and we might hear from others or already have, that we have to plug this hole, because Pickens County is the hole. You got Eagle and Garfield, so it's okay, but somehow, I don't know if it requires language, policy, understanding, but there still has to be the ability to work with staff about managing the size of roads, whatever, and that to me is critical, because that, it's certainly not as important as fire safety, but it's an element of somebody's development that they're investing in and their future life, and to have a 25-foot, 24-foot road, or, including shoulders, et cetera, just doesn't work some places. So if we can retain that, then I easily can say yes. If not, then I might begrudgingly have to say yes. I mean, because I understand the importance of this, and the examples and the professional nature of everyone in this room on this issue speaks for itself. So I don't question that. I just want to be able to wiggle, I guess. That's what it amounts to.
And we work with Lance and Tony.
That's why we just did the asset management plan, to be honest with you.
Well, good, and that's on the record and as a statement of fact, so
Okay.
I'm comfortable. Thank you for allowing me.
No, not at all, Jack. Those are good questions. And we've already heard Michael weigh in. Page 3 of our memo has the recommended action to direct staff to prepare an ordinance for consideration adopting the IFC with amendments. Is that the direction, George? And Michael's already said yes. Rob, yes. Jack, yes. I agree.
Amendments proposed in each of the 2 that chose districts, 2 that didn't.
And you'll bring forward the potential amendments that you think might be necessary to capture the concerns that this board has brought forward, and to the extent we need additional debate on any of those individually, we'll put them to rest. We'll get some final decisions on this.
And that does include reference to the asset management plan,
Yes.
because that allows that little bit of, let's talk about it before we unilaterally, make a decision.
Yeah, and just perhaps outline clearly what the implications would be of adopting various measures. Who would have authority, who would not, just so that everyone's clear going forward. Did anyone else have any further kind of closeout comments they'd like to make? Well, I'll just echo what everyone else at the board has said. Thank you for all your hard work. I think countless families have been spared a lot of loss and a lot of sacrifice because of your proactive efforts, and let alone when there's actually a flame on the ground. So really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We're scheduled for a break. Let's reconvene here at 20 after work for everyone. Do we have time? 12 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Thank you. Be in touch. If you help us out.
Carla, if you'd like to come up. We're now reconvening the work session of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners of Tuesday, April 12th. It's about 3:20 in the afternoon, and we're going to have a follow-up on air quality in the region and updates from Caller Osberg. Please.
Well, I just wanted to follow up. We had a work session meeting in September. We covered a variety of air quality topics, ozone, radon, and PM10. Just to follow up with some questions that you guys had on ozone, and I hope I was able to address those. PM10 was just an update on the continuance of our maintenance agreement with the state. And with radon, I just wanted to update everyone on the grant that we received. We distributed over 175 radon test kits, which I think was a great outreach to the community, and we're getting some results back, and we'll continue to do outreach with people that have high radon levels. One of the questions you had asked, Michael, was, is a building permit required to mitigate for radon? And you did. And I found the answer. And maybe they would have to get an electrical permit, depending on the location of the existing outlet, the voltage of the fan, but I think they can do it without one if that's not necessary. So,
thank you. And so you will be getting all the results of the radon test kits? Or no, just
yes.
People who would like to share it? All the people who...
Yeah, we had a waiver when people signed out their kits. The sign-out sheet acted as a waiver for us to receive those demographics, and hopefully we'll be working with GIS to put all of that data on a map.
Great.
And be able to tell what's what, where, and
regions or clusters.
and we won't give specific addresses on the map, but I think it's good for us to know Colorado is very prone to radon, and you could have a low level in your home and your neighbor could have a high level. It doesn't discriminate.
And when do you expect most of that to be done? Do people have a timeline under which they had to do their tests?
It depends when people tested. I mean, we gave out over 175 kits, and I've received 30 plus results so far. So I think a lot of people take the kit and don't do the test. So if that happened, I would encourage the public to go ahead and use them now while their houses are still closed up, and not once they start ventilating, because you won't get an accurate reading.
Is it worth a follow-up phone call to the people? You obviously have a database of, not phone call, excuse me, a letter, a mailing to the people who've received them, if you have a database with their mailing addresses?
Well, we have their home address. I don't know that we have their mailing address. For example, Town of Snowmass Village, all we wanted was the physical address, and they may or may not have run the test. I'm still kind of waiting to see what comes back. This is the first year that we've really done it. The city of Aspen has done it in years past, but this is the first year that I've actually kind of made this our own grant and worked through it. So I'm kind of seeing what we get and figuring out ways we can improve upon it next year, for sure.
Thank you. Other board questions? I'd like you to expound for just a minute on ozone.
Okay.
I appreciated the memo for us, but again, kind of more for the viewing audience. Mm-hmm. What is low-level ozone? What causes it, and why is it of concern to Pickens County Environmental Health and the EPA?
Mm-hmm. Well, ground-level ozone is considered the bad ozone, and it can cause a series of health problems, chest pain, coughing, throat irritation. It could worsen conditions like bronchitis and asthma. And the city of Aspen started testing for ozone near Cemetery Lane. It was at the very end of 2009. And so they've been gathering data, and you can find all of that data on the City of Aspen Environmental Health Department's website. The EPA is in the midst of reevaluating the the trigger level, the maximum level for ozone that they consider to be acceptable. And we have seen some sporadically high levels of ozone here in Pickens County, one notably on top of Aspen Mountain in a Forest Service air monitor in, I think it was 2007, or 2007. The Forest Service monitors are not considered regulatory. That wouldn't prompt any regulatory action. But the city of Aspen's is. So we're trying to see where we are. And ozone is more of a regional issue, presumably from the oil and gas industry or other sources. We don't have a lot of industry here. So we're seeing where the EPA comes out with their standard and then where we lie within that standard. And if it's above, if we're above the minimum standard, we would need to work regionally with some partners to try to figure out how we could handle the problem. There was a series of questions that the commissioners asked back in September, and I hope I was able to address those.
Yeah, I just, to finish up my point, the question, low-level ozone is caused by that mixture in sunlight of the vehicle exhaust and industrial emissions, gasoline vapors, chemical solvents. We often have a bit of traffic jam coming in and out of Aspen, and a lot of idling vehicles and a lot of exhaust. And I don't know if the cemetery lane monitor is enough to, although it's a greater airshed issue, are we part of contributing to a localized source, because we've not come to any resolution of that?
Sure, the vehicle emissions could be definitely a part of that. I don't know how major or minor. I don't know the answer to that.
I think that just might be something worth coordinating with the city and discussing it with them going forward.
What I understand from the city, what their choice of location was more because of where the prevailing winds came from and not having a blockage there. And because I thought, well, it's because it's next to traffic maybe, but that wasn't necessarily the main reason.
Have some level, some ability to catch activity in that area as well. Rob, you have a question, and then I'll see.
If the city standards of ozone testing is below the Clean Air Act standards, and you said there'd be regional work to look at, what do you think some of that regional work might look like?
Probably some coordination with adjoining counties, and including Garfield County with their oil and gas. I think there's a lot of speculation that some of these air contaminants are coming from that industry.
Okay, so regulating, us encouraging neighboring counties to regulate.
And having input on the oil and gas regulations as they are developed and adopted.
Yeah, there's an article I didn't get a chance to read. I saw on the web this morning that said something about how fracking is worse for climate change and gases than coal burning. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's something we need to keep an eye on. Jack?
Yeah, I'm thinking about this from the airshed perspective. And there's a monitoring site, obviously, as you articulated. Does that site also pick up possible, because I don't have facts, I have to say possible emissions from the oil and gas industry west of us?
Possibly. That's the thought is that.
And can it distinguish?
I don't know that it. That was one of the questions that was asked before. Can the sources be speciated? And I understand no, that's not the case.
Not even with modeling or something. I mean, I'm just not sure about the specific action connected to the
I think you're right. Modeling is how they would determine. Maybe if they could say, okay, this is definitely a source of BOCs or whatever, and then how the winds blow and where it ends up. So modeling is used in that respect, but not to speciate specifically. And I don't understand a whole lot about it, but that is my understanding, that we're not going to really be able to identify exactly what it is and where it came from, but we can get an idea through mapping of where it
So we might be
coming from.
inclined to, and please, this is just a general, it's not directional, to do something, regulate local ozone, and then 5 years from now, we come up with some ability to specifically understand what the components are of the ground level ozone, and it turns out not even to be local.
Well, I think we're envisioning this as more of a regional issue to begin with. We need to look at what the contaminants are that form ozone and how we can deal with that. And I think the bigger piece of the pie is probably regional.
Yeah, because that's where I'm headed. I mean, I can't see how we can pin it down to anything.
Yeah, no, I mean, right now, there's a lot of discussion about whether there should be stricter standards or not. And the EPA can take the health risk and the health assessment. Certainly, communities along the Front Range, looking at how they reduce that, it really comes down to how do you reduce automobile traffic. That's one of their major contributors in their brown cloud. It gets a lot tougher in rural areas. And I know that groups like Club 20 have taken positions of opposition to any new standards, and I think their language is a little throwaway, but it says that, as science can regulate to smaller and smaller particle levels, parts per million, doesn't mean we just should keep doing that. On the other hand, it doesn't mean we should just ignore something we know is an existing health hazard. So, it may be that you get the cleaner burning electric cars in time and things like that, and they contribute to reducing the problem. The one question I'm wondering is, would other monitors, additional monitors at some key locations in our county, be able to help us understand, is this an Aspen problem that could be really generated by Aspen traffic for all we know? But if we had monitors, further down the valley that were closer to the oil and gas sources, would we, maybe get higher readings or be able to have an indication? Does it increase as it comes up valley? Does it decrease as it comes down valley? And, how would we go about getting more monitors, or would that be of value to the program at all?
I would think certainly more monitors would collect data that would help us try to piece some things together, and we could work with the state, but of course that's money.
Yeah. Do they have any grant programs to try to obtain monitors to the EPA with communities that are trying to understand this issue?
I don't know. I can look into that.
I mean, that's just a thought, just to see if there's anything out there that because it is a little bit of a, one data point in the center of the universe as opposed to having any comparative data to evaluate it with. Rob?
Kind of an odd question, but over the 13 years that I've lived here, I've had 2 people within a 2-block radius of me die of cancer, and several other friends my age come up with cancer-related illnesses. I feel like on a regular basis, maybe once a year, I'm donating a gift certificate to a cancer benefit for someone locally. Has there been any study done revolving around what seems to me an excessive number of illnesses regarding cancer in this area?
I don't know specifically, but I can tell you that Colorado just joined the Environmental and Public Health Tracking Network, which is focused on trying to associate chronic diseases with environmental exposure. And other states have been doing that for quite a while. And so it's new to Colorado, and I think it's definitely worthwhile. It's really difficult to make those connections. But, you have a good point, and Tom Dunlop, our public health advocate, is working on that committee at the state level. So,
do we have an indication if we're above the norm, or below the norm?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how they're going about gathering that kind of data, but I can follow up with Tom, see where we are with the state program, see how we fit in locally and where they are in the process, and get back to you.
That would be great. I think that's a great question. That'd be worth, I know a lot of people have felt that over the time. Do we have abnormally high levels of breast cancer? Do we have more colon cancer? Do we have other thyroid issues, and just to, maybe even talk with our own community health services in the hospital to see if they are looking at anything. Okay, Jack?
What my understanding is Wilderness Workshop does monitoring of the Maroon Bells airshed, and that our direction in using the grant we give them each year is for that purpose. Is that factual?
From what I understand, Wilderness Workshop was not doing their own testing, but assisting the Forest Service with their monitoring efforts. That was my understanding. Would you like me to follow up on that? I didn't talk to Wilderness Workshop directly, but I certainly can.
I think it makes sense to understand that, I usually don't imagine things, and I thought one time during our discussion about the grant cycle and all that, it was specifically mentioned that grant that we were giving Workshop was to be used for this purpose, whether they work with or only do it themselves. So and really no big deal, just communicate with John or, send us an email or something, according to anyone else's feedback.
And that'd be great. Okay, well, I think that may...
Give one last plug. We are doing a regional outreach the first week in May with the City of Aspen Environmental Health, Garfield County, Eagle County, I believe Mesa County is participating as well. It's being spearheaded by Garfield County Public Health, but it's an air quality awareness campaign that's going to hit a different topic every day. And I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but I think it's a good regional collaboration on a topic that matters to all of us and doesn't see any jurisdictional boundaries.
Okay, very good. Glad to hear that. Did you have anything you wanted to add, being here? Okay, thank you. Thanks for participating. Okay, thank you. We will now move on to our memos of interest.
Okay. I think Alan is going to be joining us in a minute here, but our first memo of interest is a follow-up to the discussion that we had with you about the election time meeting rooms. And what staff did was we collected pros, cons, specifically on the facts that we could collect on, the availability of the rooms, televising, and costs. There are some elements that probably weren't considered in these pro-cons that may matter more to you as board members. And so while staff made a recommendation based on those three items, I just want to be sure that you're also taking into account some of the, I think items are a little bit more difficult for us to quantify in pros and cons. For example, we talked about the kitchen chats that were done throughout the county last year. One of the things that came out of that and that we have discussed is confusion between the city and the county, and some need to better distinguish ourselves. And staff is making a recommendation based on costs and televising. However, there may be some other impacts that you all want to consider about
intangibles.
Yeah, making that situation even, bringing that confusion into even sharper relief for public. And also, I think another thing that you all talked about was having some consistency, and it has been our practice, if we're not here, to be in the Rio Grande room. And so I don't know, I was not able to evaluate how ingrained that is for our public, that, okay, if they're not here, we should go to the Rio Grande room. But that's probably something that
Again, we didn't quantify, but there's probably a consistency issue there that you may want to take into account. And then finally, there's obviously a really different kind of look and feel associated with the rooms. There's probably more consistency between the look and feel of this room and a Rio Grande room than there is with some of the other options. So I just wanted to make sure I was throwing out some of those maybe more difficult to quantify, intangible, but nonetheless possibly important factors that probably aren't part of staff's recommendation.
Appreciate that. And so let's just turn it to the board. We've all looked at the memo. It's pros and cons of meeting places when we lose this room for election purposes with the clerk's office. George?
So when you were alluding to, John, if for example, we decided to use City Hall, some citizens may think we're actually taking care of city business. We could perhaps solve the problem with the entrance to Aspen.
You may want to be careful about what discussions you invite. Now, it's again, it's a perception issue. And the other items there is obviously we probably have to be more flexible in our own meeting times with potential conflicts there.
Tuesday, they start at 4. They may need to do setup before 4. We'd need to be out by 4 on Tuesdays, or well before 4 perhaps, for them to be doing setup. But if they have presentations or speakers piling in and waiting in the audience.
Yeah.
Michael?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, John, because I'm concerned, I would be very concerned about meeting in city council chambers because of that association. Because people, I've been in office for 6 years, and people still say, well, how are things going on the council?
Yeah.
And 6 years on TV. So people are tough, and I heard a woman come in today. She was looking for some voter information. Well, she was a city resident. There's a lot of confusion here. So I think it's important to be distinct, a distinct jurisdiction. And part of that is having distinct meeting rooms. The other thing is the characteristics of the meeting rooms. This meeting room is probably inadequate and impromptu, but it actually says something about us.
Our frugality.
Our frugality, our willingness to work with what we have. The significant improvement here, aside from the TV, is that we added chairs for the public. Right? If you look at the city council room, they added chairs for themselves and not new chairs for the public. So there's a really distinct difference between the two organizations, just on sort of a vibe level. And I think the Rio Grande room has all those cons, that it's inadequate, that it's bad acoustics, all these things. But it shows that our ability to be adaptive, to use the resources that we have, and it sends a message to people that we're not going to go out of our way to build ourselves a spectacular meeting room. We're going to go out of our way to improvise, to be adaptive, and to adjust to situations like elections in a kind of a positive way. So that's where I'm at on those issues.
Yeah. Well, in the city's defense, they did add cushions to their chairs, and we don't have any of those. I know what you're saying. We are making do with a room that at times members of the public can't even get in the door when there's an important hearing that they'd like to discuss things. And so the inadequacy is functional as well as just the quaintness of the facility. But we're not here to talk about new rooms. We're talking about temporary rooms. So Michael has weighed in to use the Rio Grande room.
Well, I think, also we could use the Rio Grande room if we set it up. If we can anticipate big meetings, and you pretty much can, there's going to be a big issue. You could simply have it at the Rio Grande room with not much a forenotice, because
people are used to one or the other.
You just walk right over there. It's not a huge deal. You don't have to cross any streets, and you're on the campus essentially. So I think that's important.
And we have talked about the switcher as being needed if we're in the Rio Grande room because of the grassroots equipment. And that's something that just needs to be done.
And it's aging equipment. Pat could probably speak to that a little bit more, but
is the switcher the bare minimum? Is what you're meaning by that?
Definitely, we're very clear we got
other issues that go forward from there in terms of
Does
equipment.
that mean the switcher has died beyond?
Expired.
Deceased?
Deceased.
With the Heavenly Choir?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Jack, you weigh in.
A question on the Rio Grande room. Pat, you indicated in your memo that it's offered to us whenever possible. So that's the issue of any space. Can we book that ahead enough in advance? And we're talking about election season. That's typically what we're talking about.
The November elections.
Yeah, can we book it ahead enough?
September through November, actually, surprisingly. It starts early voting, all the stuff that Janice stores in here. September through December, actually. It's a long period of time. You can book it in advance. There were some problems, and the reason you guys were in the firehouse last time, because I think there was like some kind of a class or a regularly scheduled thing that was being held at the Rio Grande, and I wasn't involved in booking it at that time. I could check into it and see how far in advance we could book it solid for our days. But there was a conflict last time, and that's why we shuffled everything over to the firehouse.
And the other question, and then for a moment, the equipment that we have, do we actually store equipment at Rio Grande, or was that the same equipment that we took when we went to the firehouse?
Same equipment. There's one camera that on a tripod that we own that we bought years ago for doing some community relations stuff. So we have that, and it's in pretty good shape. The camera's in pretty good shape. The tripod's in good shape. They took the old cameras from the city. When they remodeled their room, they took these kind of. I think there are 2 in there, and they are the leftovers from the city's remodel. And I think all the other equipment that we were using, including sound, does not belong to us. It was just sort of leftovers kind of stuff. But that's okay, and nobody seems to mind. The switcher failed, and I understand from a memo that I got from Brad that some of the other equipment is getting close to failing. It's old, and we had no real replacement schedule since we didn't really own it. It's just we're using it until it dies.
Is that question? George, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I remember last year I asked, I don't think John was here yet, maybe you were at the end, but I know I worked for Hillary to see whether we could shorten the time that this room was being used during elections, and we were able to do that. Janice was able to realize that she didn't really need all that entire time. And so this time frame may be able to shrink a little bit based on Janice's actual needs. So, with that, just as an FYI, I would support if we can block out the time we need to just utilize the Rio Grande room.
Okay. So that's 2 on the Rio Grande. Rob, did you have a question?
Yeah,
or
a
comment?
couple of questions and comments. The $2,000 switcher, is this an asset that we're going to need down the road anyway, or is that?
If you keep using the Rio Grande room.
Or the fire department room.
Or the fire department room. Yeah.
My first thing was, all right, well, let's save the $2,000. The other question I had was, under the ASPN, you say some meeting schedule conflicts will have to be adjusted. To what level?
I think what we talked about was, depending on what our agendas were looking like, sometimes we've got fairly long or involved agendas, and I think the shift would probably have to be to starting earlier, to make sure that we could get through and be cleared out of the room with some buffer time before a city council meeting started. And so I think that would depend on what our agendas were looking like. Obviously, if we start getting land use issues coming back to us or such, our agendas are going to get longer. We haven't had that. We obviously haven't had as many of those items, so we actually had, I think, shorter public hearing agendas, a little bit. We still had fairly long work session agendas, but we can control those a little bit better. So it kind of depends, I guess.
So my only other comment was, I think no matter where we can have a little header under Grassroots TV saying County Commissioner work session, County Commissioner regular meeting, to allow our public to know that, this isn't a city council meeting, this isn't a this or that. So I think that solves the problem of letting our viewers know what meeting they're watching.
I'm not sure, Mike, but do we need a graphic generator in the Rio Grande to do that? If we're going to put graphics, no, we can do them.
And I think Rob was talking about if we're at City Hall.
Yeah,
City Hall, sorry.
Well, I was anywhere for that matter.
But it doesn't, we don't have a graphics generator over at the Rio Grande, so there are some issues with typing in the stuff that we type in here.
Each meeting has one on there.
What's
Each
that?
meeting has the,
Sorry.
I'm not speaking on behalf of Grassroots TV.
That's
but, it does have a graphic generator, and every meeting has at least what meeting it is. Like this one says Pickens County BOCC work session and the date. And then over there it's just more difficult to do the graphics because you kind of have to, it's just very, very old graphics generator.
In the Rio Grande room.
In the Rio Grande.
Could you turn the camera on yourself, please?
Put that on me.
So anyway, I guess it can be done, not as great, but we can do something.
My weigh-in is I'm fairly indifferent. I think the City Hall has the nicest facility.
Yeah. Okay. Jack.
Yeah, I'll weigh in Rio Grande certainly because of the fact that if we have meetings and we're pressured, we're just not going to be able to get for me personally, I cannot stand when we are pressured by time. To me, you got to talk it out, do whatever it takes, get the job done. I think the most flexibility is arrived at by using the Rio Grande room. Hopefully Pat has $2,500 to begin with in her budget. If not, we'll have to supplement it. And clearly that room, and it's identified with the BOCC.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
Okay. I'll weigh in support of the Rio Grande room as well. I do have a couple of caveats. I think it's important to talk with the city or see what we can do to augment the restroom cleaning schedule when we're using it over there. It's not necessarily suitable with the schedule they have now that's only really set up for the occasional dance classes. So that's one item. The second is, maybe we can give some thought to how the signage is placed in the elevator to say, meetings may be in progress, quiet please, restrooms are to the left, just proceed down. We kind of set up the one bulletin board sometimes to offer that, but it's more that people are looking for where they're supposed to go. And if we can, even have a little sign on the wall that says restrooms, right around the corner with an arrow. I mean, let's try to think about what we can do to retrofit it a little bit to make it feel a little more like a meeting room. And then I think part of it is the setup. We should just plan on setting it up a little tighter and closer so that we can all hear each other without the echoes and the acoustics. Just to try to see what we can do to make the most out of it to feel like a meeting room.
Rachel, can I add something?
Please.
On the entry to the Rio Grande, too, there needs to be a sign saying a meeting in progress. Please be quiet, because if people go out into that anterun, it's very noisy if they speak out loud.
Yeah. Yeah, I think working with a little signage there. I agree with all the other comments that have been made. There is a certain familiarity. If you come to this room by mistake, you're like, oh my gosh, and we can have a note here on the door, board is over in the Rio Grande room. It's very close to find the right place and be in the right place. I can understand the desire to sit in the City Hall room because it is a better facility. It's much better equipment. They haven't been able to invest in that. And I think there's a point at which, Pickens County, in offering the type of quality that a more technologically advanced public is going to want, that they can hear us well, see us well. It's not about vanity at this side of the table, I think, as much as whether you really can hear the audio is the biggest downside to that room and the film quality. But it's too bad people don't watch it no matter how important the meeting is. And it can kind of make the meeting seem more tedious by having bad video equipment. But the public is going to be expecting more of that in the future, and there is a point in time which working in the quaint basement won't work quite as well. But it seems like Rio Grande room for now, and we'll move on to other MOIs briefly.
Yeah, and just to add to George's point, I would encourage staff to work as close as possible with our clerk to, refine the amount of time necessary. And of course, Pat will be able to stream, I think, in that room. So there's not a live meeting, but live streaming, and then within X amount of time. And we ought to be educated about when we actually show it, so we could at least announce it at a meeting, or get the word out.
Maybe we can get some placards during the break time to say that you can always watch live streaming on Grassroots TV and how to find the website for it. Maybe we need to get a little more of that character generator to promote the live streaming.
Well, and space and costs are important, but with our weekly and the daily news, maybe there could be at least a line at the bottom saying the time is on Grassroots, whatever.
We were talking about it.
But we've got months.
Okay, we're going to keep moving ahead. So George is going to try to get out of the meeting early because he has a meeting up in Redstone. Referral comments regarding Crown Mountain Park PUD with Ellen.
It's all right.
Thank you, Pat and Phil.
Second to put a couple of exhibits up so that you can see what I'm talking about.
Thanks.
Okay. Let's see.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is it good for everybody?
Okay.
Yeah, they're not huge, but hopefully they'll be of some help. And I'm not great at using this. I'm going to try not to blind anybody. So, at the request of Eagle County, staff has prepared written referral comments on the proposed Crown Mountain Park District PUD amendment. And essentially, this is a proposal for a new recreation facility to be located in the existing Crown Mountain Park. And based on your direction today, the letter in the packet will be modified as necessary and forwarded to Eagle County for consideration as they review the proposal. So I want to give a little background on the proposal to provide some context for the comments made. And so the exhibit on the left is a vicinity map, as it says. And let's see, Highway 82 I think is fairly obvious here. And the Crown Mountain Park site is here. It's to the south of Highway 82 and almost immediately across the highway from the El Jebel Commercial Center, which is right there, and the Willits, let's see, the Willits Commercial Center is down here, City Market about there, and earlier today we were talking about the Forest Service parcels that are up for disposal. This ribbon here is the Roaring Fork River. And the lower bench, as I said, I'm not very there. The lower bench is roughly in this location, and the upper bench is roughly in this location. And finally, the Eagle County Community Building is right there. The site is accessed here on East and West Valley roads that come into the park here. So that's generally where it's located. I think everybody's familiar with it, at least in the room. And the proposal is for, okay, so here's this is the Crown Mountain Park parcel right here. There's a recreation facility located on the north end of the park. North is up. And here's, again, the access. Here's the Eagle County building. So the new facility, main facility, would be accessed off of parking in this general area. This would be phase 1 of the project, and then depending on voter funding at a later date, there may be a phase 2 where an ice rink and indoor ice rink and indoor tennis facility are constructed.
The BMX you have there, is that bicycle or is that motorcycle?
BMX is bicycle.
Yeah, I believe it's
Usually bicycle.
Bike motor, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking about the noise in the river corridor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is a very, a definitely conceptual plan. I wanted to give a little bit of, excuse me, history on the property to provide a backdrop for the current proposal. The Forest Service purchased the property in the early 60s and used it as a tree farm, basically to facilitate revegetation efforts on the forest. It was used that way until the 80s. Then in 1994, the Forest Service traded the parcel in exchange for some mining claims that were in holdings to Pickens County and Eagle County. And at the time, there was a stipulation made that the land would continue to be used for open space and public recreation facilities, or uses, I should say. Then in 1996, Pickens County conveyed our interest to Eagle County, our interest in the property, with the caveat that at some point we would like to have the option of building administrative offices for the county there, probably in close proximity to the community center that Eagle County has built. That facility was built in 2002, the Eagle County Community Facility. Then in 2002, 2003, the Crown Mountain Park District was established. A mill levy was approved by voters to fund the district, and a lease agreement was made between Eagle County and the district for use of a portion of that land for recreational purposes. And since that time, as you know, some softscape facilities have been built in the form of ball fields and a dog park and tennis courts. More recently, district property owners approved funding for a study of a conceptual design and location for a Mid-Valley Recreation Center. That was commissioned. There were surveys done by the district to determine that, in fact, there was some significant interest in such a facility in the Mid-Valley. And so they've gone forward, and the proposal that's before Eagle County now is the result of the work done to come up with a conceptual design and location for that facility. So in terms of what's proposed, as I said, the phase 1 of the property includes a 61,000 square foot building that could be expanded at a later date to as much as 85,000 square feet. Construction of the facility and future operating costs and maintenance would be subject to voter approval for funding in the form of issuance of bond and a mill levy increase. So that's the basic run through of the chronological events that have brought us up to today, and some of the highlights of the proposal. And I'd like to run through just some of the highlights of the referral comments that we've made, unless you just would like to have me respond.
I was going to say, I appreciate the backgrounding, and
Okay.
I think it looks like I can see everyone's got some notes on their
Good.
first draft. I think you did an excellent draft here for all of us. Let's just try to cut right into comments so that we can...
Good.
George, why don't you go first, run through
Yeah, I
it?
have a question, Helen, and this will come up tomorrow when we review on a consent action item, the IGA with Eagle County. But I thought I read that on that IGA that it said that there was 41,473 square feet remaining that Eagle County has the ability to build on the tree farm. So is that separate from the 61,000 that the proposal is, and taking away and taking into account the 5,000 and change that we have now, will in our agreement will have a right to build?
Is that so? Eagle County retained the ability to build 41,000.
No, I think there was a total cap when the Forest Service first exchanged it, and then Eagle County has used some of that. Ours would be some of that, and you're questioning whether this proposal doesn't vastly exceed that cap.
Right, because the IGA that we're going to look at tomorrow says that there's a remaining build-out for Eagle County of 41,000 and change. So I'm just curious, if this number is even realistic to even...
My understanding is that the 60, I think there was the 61,000 initially, and I'm guessing a little bit on this, but was initially used as a target to ensure that the open space on the property, for all intents and purposes, be maintained. I believe that this proposal would exceed the 61,000 that was initially agreed to, and that's my recollection, although I obviously don't have...
I'm not even sure if 61 is even allowed. According to the memo, it looks like there's only 41,000 remaining. So anyway, that's a question that we don't need to know right now, but
Right.
follow-up.
And we did address that, hey, we've got this MOU with 5,900 square feet, make sure that that's taken into account, because I don't think we're quite sure how that is being calculated.
That's an excellent point, George, because this total proposal comes up to 151,600 if all phases are completed as envisioned, and we may need to make sure that it somehow is consistent with the original.
I believe that the PUD amendment is requesting, one of the things that it's requesting is the ability to exceed that initial 61,000 square foot.
Okay.
And the other comment I have is I'm not sure why we should be supporting this. In your draft letter, you go through all the different issues, and then at the end you said, Pickett County supports this proposal. And I'm not sure we should support it based on a lot of the issues that you raised, the traffic, the visual, the impacts, certainly the lighting that will happen. But for me, and ultimately it would come down to the voters as well, but for me, I just think that this proposal is unrealistic. It's not sustainable. When we see community centers up and down the valley, Aspen, Snowmass, Carbondale, Glenwood, they are all heavily subsidized, and they still are struggling to keep their doors open. And here is a case where it's going to rely totally on mill levy for property owners in a small segment of the valley. And I just don't see it's going to be a tremendous tax burden that people don't realize, may realize too late in terms of the actual building of this facility. And then you have the maintenance issues. And then in addition to that, you still have a fee that you have to pay to utilize it. So I just think this is it's sort of pie in the sky that the valley, the Mid-Valley, will not be able to afford, will not be able to sustain, and it has all these negative impacts.
Okay. Thank you. Jack has hand up next, and Michael will come around the table.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that this group that has the benefit of what Pickett County and Eagle County accomplished with the land, the exchanges and the mining claims, etc., has totally forgotten about the stipulation, according to what I read and what I vaguely remember, about maintaining a huge amount of this as open space. That was the key. That's why this happened. And now it looks like 151,000. I mean, this plus contiguous development is, as I see it, the Edwardsization of Elgerbell, if that's a word even.
Edward.
But you know what I mean.
Yes.
Edwards personified. Here it is. This actually goes so far as to be, for me, verging on the irresponsible. I mean, I know you want to plan, and when you do an amendment to, I assume this is a PUD?
Yes.
Yeah. You want to look at all potential uses, but it's so far out of reality. And just two examples very close to home, the Aspen Rec Center and the Snowmass Rec Center, are so hugely subsidized that they really can't, for example, in Snowmass, keep the pool open year-round. And that's cost. I mean, I think people would use it. There's always the crew that, are major swimmers. But I think the letter has to, Ellen's work, her memo, has to start with, it's really not supportable because it contradicts the original intent of the land exchange between Eagle County and Pitkin County. And I don't know, I mean, this is tremendous amount of facts, all these points on traffic and parking and transit and visual, just those things would be enough to kill this project in any number of ways. So I don't know what future this has, but I think we should come down pretty strong against it and its lack of mitigation. For example, how can you build this facility without new employees? Where's the housing coming from? Who's going to subsidize the transit? This is a big boondoggle in my mind, and certainly we won't use that terminology. Jack only speaks from his own inarticulate way, but we've got to come pretty strong against this. The key here is how much of this additional information do we want to send? Ellen has done a tremendous job in all this, and it just might make sense. And we have to be sure that our calculations are based on, facts. I think we probably send all of this, but with a different result.
Michael?
Yeah, I think there are valid questions about scale and size of this thing. But in speaking in favor of a community center, one thing that it can do is to allow people within a district or neighborhoods or whatever, is to meet each other and to have meetings and to actually form community in face-to-face kind of thing. More community than City Market does, or more community than Wendy's does, and actually more community than the Eagle Annex there does. And so, of all the areas I think of in the valley, Elgerbell is in most need of developing its own community character, positive character. And so, in concept, I support a community center wholly, because I think it can be a very positive community builder. The scale, I think, troubles everybody, and that could be just a function of, well, let's aim high here and let's go for it. But I think scale is problematical here, along with all the parking. It's hard to tell. There seems to be some parking with arrows in there. There seems to be other areas that look like parking but aren't labeled as parking. All the areas with those straight rows of vegetation, I guess, are parking.
Yes.
So that's a tremendous amount of parking, and I think, that's problematical for me, is to have that much parking, because you have all the parking and Sarah Fisher, the Eagle County Commissioner, is concerned about the Mid-Valley area just being a parking area with sort of ancillary uses for parking. It's hard to tell what drives what around here. But in concept, I support a community center because I think it can help the people in Algerbel have a meeting space, a place for kids. And when I've been down there and seen the ball fields, they're heavily used. There are kids out there kicking soccer balls. There's all kinds of activities in the open space. So there's some necessity, as far as I'm concerned, to have that in Mid-Valley. Whether it's at this scale, I think those are questions both George and Jack raised, and I think those are important questions. But the concept of a community place is, I think, valid, and they should be encouraged to work on that.
And actually, we could start a letter with, because I think the goal of a community center is different than anything I spoke about, because this gets so beyond anything. Excuse me.
Yeah, George has had a...
Yeah, this is not a community center. What they're proposing is a 14,000 square foot gymnastics and fitness center that will have the potential to increase to a recreation center to 75,000 square feet. So it's a gym. And they may have some meeting space, I'm not saying that, and they may have some, but it's basically, it's a recreational facility.
Yeah, oh yeah, it is. It's actually the main Phase 1 building is 60
So it's just like the Arc, potentially, it's just like Snowmass. It's a recreational center, and Snowmass, the town of Aspen with its sales tax, the town of Snowmass with their sales tax, they still can't cover the operational costs, and they have to heavily subsidize.
Yeah. You know, I want to jump in here, and I hope you'll give me a little indulgence. The ARC was planned to have a subsidy. It was never planned that it will become a break-even facility. And so I don't know that that's a determining criteria. I understand the fundamental discussion point of, do we need another? Do we need one every 20 miles up and down the valley? But I don't think it's appropriate to throw out that the ARC still needs a subsidy. The city's recreation programs had a subsidy before the ARC. The old Moore Pool had a subsidy before the ARC. The Red Brick Gym's always had a subsidy. And it's been a deliberate decision that there are things that the community wants to support for the health of its residents and its community members. And that's a deliberate decision. I'm more interested, which may be similar or not, but saying how much does this comport with the original special district service delivery plan? And I think some review has to be made there, because when they got permission to form a special district, they had to have a service delivery plan. If this has greatly outgrown that because of mission creep or newly incorporated members into that, that's where I think the consistency model is all about. I will weigh in to express the concerns that Michael's put forward, that there can be community value to this. It's not a community center, but that doesn't mean that the activities that are there don't make it become part of a community heart. And people will have this discussion across the board as to whether recreation is an appropriate function of government or not. At this end of the valley, given how many people live in 400, 700, and 1,000 square foot homes, where there's not a lot of neighborhood playgrounds for kids. I mean, Piston County's been lucky that we have a city recreation department that takes care of adult recreation, such as the 22, 24 co-ed baseball teams and the competitive baseball teams and the basketball teams. And the city has struggled at times for an indoor gymnasium space, where they've leased space from the Aspen Club and Spa because they didn't have enough indoor, and they work with the high school and they try to use multi-purpose rooms and not everybody have their own little sector. I mean, I really truly understand, and I think this is something for everyone to evaluate who lives in the Mid-Valley and will be voting in that district as to whether it should go forward or not. And I think that that's where that public debate and argument needs to go. But for people who are avid hockey players or avid hockey figure skating and learning those skills, that those parents have to get up from Missouri Heights at dawn to drive someone up here so they can get a 5 a.m. practice time, I'm sure they're thinking, wouldn't it be nice for us to have some indoor ice? And ice and hockey and skating and all that stuff is a true winter alpine Nordic sport type of activity that's very common in the West. So I don't want to be the one to throw cold water on other communities' plans to grow up and to have their own, and to have sent the message, well, it's good enough for Picken County to have 2 rec centers, but you guys down there in Eagle County, we don't want you to have any because it's upsetting our aesthetics. And I just, I'm very cautious about the wording of that, but I do think that we can be strong on the concerns of size and scale. How does it comport with the original service plan in which people did vote on? I don't think that it should be different from what people voted on before without going back to the voters for an amendment to the service plan, something like that. I think emphasizing the tax burden and emphasizing the question of sustainability are very valid, that people can dream too big, and that if the district failed and they'd have to sell it off, what would it become later? There should be some sort of closeout, that if this does not happen, would it have to be demolished? Is someone going to make it into a Quality Inn resort spa? What would happen if the district failed, if the district couldn't keep it open? And that, I fully agree that sometimes the eyes are bigger than the stomach, and maybe bigger than the wallet would be a better analogy. I think Jack's point about the original intent of the exchange in terms of the amount of open space. We can see here where they have native restoration area, but it seems to be, maybe a quarter of the site now. And I don't think you can count the rows in between the parking as open space, and it shouldn't be. Looking for more compact parking and more shared parking is an absolute. And so those were my points originally, but I don't mean to negate your issues, George, and I think that it's important maybe to even note the tax burden of the people already within that district, i.e. in terms of their much higher mill levy for the Roaring Fork School District. That this is not in the city of Aspen where it was able to fund it through sales tax revenues, and was anticipated that this would be both a guest amenity as well as a local amenity, that this one is really going to be standing alone on the backs of property tax owners. And they may not really fully understand the magnitude of the operating budget. That without seeing a good operating budget plan, how can we really comment on it? But we're worried that it may have unrealistic expectations and underestimate the ongoing cost and upkeep. Rob?
Generally, I think it was a very well put together letter on the concerns that our county might want to address to them. I don't think we should be taking a position at this point in favor or not in favor. I do think it was lacking the element of taxpayers' financial responsibility and the burden that may be on. I'd also express that I think there were several people within our community who, even though the ARC had a subsidy level to it in continuation, our community and the taxpayers may not have been fully aware of that at the time, with the oversight of saying, wow, we're going to get this great ARC, let's go for it, this is beautiful, and they don't realize the tax burden up front. Ultimately, it's going to be the special district's taxpayers that are going to be making the decision on it. But in general, I think your letter was well expressed, and I think we should go forward with this without the sentence that reads, while Picken County generally supports the concept. And I don't mind adding a section that Michael referred to, that we do appreciate the community benefits to community centers and recreational areas that people can gather. I think that's also an important part to put in there as a positive element. My other notes is that I think there could be a little bit more emphasis away from the parking spaces and more towards you had one sentence in here, incentivizing foot and bike trails. I think that could be added to some extent. How does this connect to the master plan of the Mid-Valley in terms of trails and people getting there without having to drive? The lighting issue seemed to be an important part because there are some surrounding neighborhoods, so I kind of highlighted that as a part. is something that I don't know, it should be maybe a little bit more focus on that. But in general, I thought it was a great letter, and I don't think it should carry our support.
Michael, and then we'll see if anyone...
I think we should support, community building in the Elgin area, and the effort, this is a manifestation of a portion of the community to build community in a place that doesn't have much character, or it has character in the essence of what you see throughout the rest of America, which is essentially haphazard development along major arteries, and this might be better than that, or it could be better than that. One of the things, though, it does, and certainly at the scale that it does what George has dealt with at the Airport Business Center, which is how do you get across the highway? And you're begging people to come across the highway to some degree. And so then, and how do you get across Highway 82 safely? That's a perennial problem throughout the valley. And what do you do? So now we have to, after improving Highway 82, now we have to deal with those improvements, which is some sort of way to get over the highway, and that should be anticipated, and we should think about the future growth that this is going to generate, or at least changes in traffic. So I think that's a very important deal, because Highway 82 is both a conduit and a barrier at the same time.
That's a great point. I think there's sad data to talk about pedestrians who've been hit when they try to cross randomly and don't cross at the intersection. There is an underpass. So what are the connections, and what is the conduit to make that the preferred path instead of shortcuts across the road to just go to Wendy's? Because you do have to cross that entire kind of messy intersection there even to get to the pedestrian underpass. And I really don't see per se the integration with BRT, and that should be designed in such a way that mass transit use by the participants is encouraged and incentivized in some strong ways.
Richard, can I just clarify my position, because you referred?
Okay.
I don't want to say that we're not supporting this. I just don't think we should have a position of support. I think we should be addressing our concerns.
Concern letters.
And so I'm not saying, we're not in favor of a rec center there. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
I think that's a good approach, is that here's some serious concerns, and we've learned by experience, quite frankly.
The reality is people will be using cars, because they'll be coming from Old Snowmass, they'll be coming from Emma, they'll be coming from Missouri Heights. There is not a large enough infrastructure of housing right there.
Yeah, there's not a circulator system, and it will...
So there'll be a traffic generator, and similar to a lot of concerns we have with Ace Lane in terms of density and increased traffic in 82, this will be one more intersection that's a mess right now. That will just generate even that much more traffic. So I think that's and Alan, you've already addressed that, but I just want to emphasize that realistically, it's not going to be people who are walking or riding their bikes for the most part. It's going to be vehicle access.
Now, George, I had actually looked at the paragraph about traffic in there, and it made me wonder whether it's so dense that it doesn't really get the picture. Maybe there should be something that says, CDOT's current traffic levels at this intersection seem to be X. We're looking at, Ace Lane, we're looking at the completion of Woods, and I don't know if any of those have potential numbers of generation, but is there a way to say this is going to push this intersection closer to level D of service? Yes. This is going to facilitate or push the need for a 12 laning of that area, while we know there's no CDOT money to do so, but it just get into a little more, in your face, the numbers, as opposed to just, there's the tree farm numbers too, and there's these numbers true, and there's those numbers too. So that seems a little more cumulative, that we really point out the cumulative. We don't know which straw is going to break the camel's back, but we see all these piling up. Just just a little more strength to it.
It's a broken system now, quite frankly. I think that intersection is possibly the worst intersection on Highway 82.
Yeah.
But I just can't think of a worse one.
So strengthen that section, clean it up and strengthen it.
Okay. Jack?
Yeah, I'm certainly okay, as I alluded to earlier, with saying we would support a rec center / community center. But I think we need to say, as proposed now, that you cannot get Picken County's support. 151,000 square feet, and even if only half of it's built, plus all the cumulative development, completely, well, we already talked about the levels of service, etc. But we have to make a statement in here about the cumulative impacts, whether it's to the roadways, the bus system, the housing, potential availability, etc. It's all about cumulative impacts, and that's why I would make a statement that as proposed, we're not supportive. We don't have to say we're against, we're not supportive.
Yeah. Let's think about that for a second. I kind of like leaving it with the neutral stance that Rob has suggested. I don't know how others feel. Let's Michael and then George.
Well, I think the emphasis on community building, but as it stands now, saying that it might, this as planned now, given all of what you have on paper here, might exceed the capacity of the community to support it.
Yeah.
And it just might. So we just pointed out, we're not going to veto power anyway, but if, I think we have to say something good, because these are citizens who are trying to make Eljabel a better place to live at its root. Whether they're doing it correctly, I'm not sure, but at its root, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, we need a community that has these kind of recreation facilities, meeting facilities, that make it a better community. They might be overreaching, but I think, as proposed, it might exceed the capability of handling it, and I think we have to express that.
Yeah, it might be bigger than what they can handle. And I would go back to the housing section just a little bit, because you're very diplomatic here, that in the short term, it may be reasonable to assume that housing is readily available to accommodate employees. I think it's a little bit of, in the short term, it's a great time to buy the housing for your employees, because it won't always be the case. But that if we start letting everything out of a mitigation now, when there's a down market, and for a lot of people at the lower end employees who will be potentially working there, they're not even going to be able to buy into the decline market. Basalt housing is still pretty expensive. Willet's still pretty expensive. So, I think that we should ask that it be held to the same linkage standards or whatever the code in Eljabel calls for mitigation of employees, and that it's point out that it's a great opportune time to be able to invest in that inventory now. Rob?
Trying to find a middle ground between Michael and Jack, I would kind of end this letter on a note like, we hope that this information has been helpful, and we look forward to how this project continues to develop. Meaning
Continues to improve,
or,
Something improved means too much. It's not specific enough.
Okay.
Improve could be more recreational buildings.
Continues to be refined.
Continues to be refined, or...
I think I am the middle ground, quite frankly, so.
Yeah, I would not add that out. Again, we came out very strongly against Ace Lane. Traffic, density, lack of employee housing. These are the same issues here.
Yeah.
There's no difference. I'm not opposed to recreational centers. I'm a gym rat.
Yeah.
But the impacts, and Rachel, you had some really good points, and Jack did as well. Everyone has, size and scale, the original service plans, the sustainability, what happens if it fails. Those are all the points that I think need to be included.
Yeah. So would language along the lines of, as much as we support the potential of community building and recreational facilities for Mid-Valley residents, we cannot help but note the same concerns that the Ace Lane project generated, and the cumulative impact of both may be far more detrimental than beneficial in the long run.
But let's not add Ace Lane as an issue. I think it is an issue, I agree, but as a specific issue,
I was thinking of the consistency reference, but...
But I think, that the impacts, even though it's a recreational and community center, it does have development impacts that are similar to any other development impacts. And that's the way I would read it, rather than say Ace Lane.
Yeah, that as much as we support these, we cannot overlook the evaluation of impacts as we would with other types of development.
And I hope somewhere we use the term cumulative impacts in all of this. And I would request that Ellen does start out with her comments that this appears, and I don't know exact language where you got the language about the original stipulation, but that ought to be the beginning of our comments about what it was thought about when Eagle County and Pitkin entered into this. I mean, that's the original vision. Okay, you can always amend the land use plan, but this has gone the other side. I think Michael and I, we were the only two here when this was formed, and people came to us to be exempted from this district, and we said no because we thought there was a greater good. Well, I hope we don't get slapped.
Fortunately, Ellen, Brian Pettit has just done a lot of research on the history of this for developing that MOU with Eagle County. And so he may be a more ready resource for you as to what was the original vision of the transaction with the Forest Service. Jack's comments related to open space, the amount of total square footage that we had talked to. So I think that there is some source through Brian of some of that original documentation. Michael? Hold on.
I mean, the way I'd like to do it is to say we think that community building for recreation purposes, for children, for senior citizens, all that kind of thing, is positive, and the ability or the desire for eligibility to form an identity. We think those are all positive, and then go to however, and all these other things. So, because I think we need to. This is a little bit different from straight development in that it's a citizen group. It isn't a developer seeking to exploit resources for his own benefit, which is what developers do, even though they'll tell you it's a community development to have Ace Lane. This is actually a little bit different. This is citizens who are motivated to do this. And so I think we have to give them encouragement first, and then outline some difficulties, that's all.
Sure.
Clarified timelines, says April 14th, pretty soon. I wonder, Ellen, why it's not possible to get to us with this type of letter a little bit earlier where you might have time.
And we can see a second draft. Is that what you're saying?
Because I can see what's happening here. I guess we could ask if final letter just be emailed, or reviewed certainly by the chair to be consistent with the discussion. Something. I just would like these to get to us a week earlier so you could catch your breath, as well as us understand the final product.
That's a good point, and we'll try to work towards that end in the future. Michael and George.
Just on a lighter note, the proximity of the skateboard park and the police department are way too close and are begging for conflict, so that should be reconsidered.
Okay.
I was going to say, do you have some flexibility if you call Bob over here and say, does it have to be by this day, can we have another week?
I'd be glad to call him and see.
I don't know if it's gone before their P&Z, if that's why.
It's going, their P&Z meeting, I think, is something like May 19th. So I will check and see if there's an opportunity to...
Yeah, I'd hate to have it come late and then it be one that no one reads in advance because it's a late handout to the packet. That happens too much. I think Ellen, as we all have said, has done an excellent first draft. She's gotten some good feedback here. Hopefully you understand it's all constructive feedback and we're a little venting on the course of history of how it got us to this point. But, I will be on the road more to Denver for CCI. I know Jack, the same thing. If you would like to try to circulate to Michael and George and Rob for any further comments or clarifications once it's in draft form, but the turnaround will have to be very quick to Ellen with comments. I'll kind of sign off on the balance of what you are able to get there already, in advance, because I have faith that this conversation and your first draft are going to get us there. Michael?
Yeah, I trust Ellen to, we've had a really thorough discussion. I don't need it circulated, quite frankly. Whatever is going to get this, our reference to Eagle County in a timely manner is fine.
Okay. We got that.
I'd still like to be copied.
Yeah, afterwards, certainly, we can get a copy of it. Okay.
I have one question. The paragraph on subsidies, there was a little bit of discussion about whether it was appropriate to talk about the fact that existing facilities have been subsidized by public funds. Do you want to keep that paragraph intact or delete it altogether?
I think, for me, speaking for me, guys, I'm comfortable with that paragraph staying there. I would expand on it a little bit to point out that those jurisdictions have sales tax revenues and that they are not solely property tax dependent. That's the unique distinction here. That the city can, shift funds from some other sort. They weren't depending on property taxes to do it. It becomes quite a bit to support not having the guest element that helps support some of the facilities that we invest in.
May I offer just a slight change in that, and I'd agree, leaving the paragraph. Mentions the 3 rec centers have been unable to manage and operate similar facilities without additional public subsidies as originally envisioned, or something, because both of them have, and I don't know about Carbondale, but my understanding, Rachel, you can correct me, that the level of subsidy had to be upped at the rec center, and in SOMAS that had to be. So the point is only additional, because I think you're right. All rec centers typically have to have a subsidy.
Yeah. I just leave it with additional. Some people would say it was anticipated, some wouldn't. I'm now not as close to the city budgets anymore, so I really have no idea.
So just substitute additional instead of significant.
Yeah, and then I think that that's the area where you can also talk about the higher mill levy that a lot of these residents pay for the Roaring Fork School District, and just that, larger question of, is it going to be too much for the residents to afford in the future? Are they living within the budget as opposed to dreaming?
Yeah, it's ironic.
You don't want to see it close under its own weight, and what would happen to the facility as a closeout plan if it doesn't happen?
At least that awareness is important, because, for example, Rob and I talked to a resident who had been a Pickens County resident when we went to Eagle County just recently, and he indicated his taxes actually are more in Eagle County than in Pickens County.
Yeah, they could prove some stuff down there.
And
Library district.
He's moved down to this region?
Well, he moved to Basalt.
Yeah.
So Eagle County.
So he's in Eagle County,
yeah.
Thank you, Ellen.
Great comments, thank you. And I'll go ahead and get a copy, a final draft to John to distribute to you all. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, memos, we finished memos of interest now. We have received some thank you letters from English in Action, Early Learning Fund, Aspen Valley Ski Club, and Catholic Charities. Generally, our 2011 grants are not distributed on the first of the year. They tend to be later towards the end of March, so we'll probably be seeing a series of various acknowledgments of those contributions to those budgets coming in the future. We will now go to future agendas. Has everyone had a chance to look at future agendas? And John, did you have any changes for us at this point?
I don't have any changes. I just wanted to call to your attention, next Tuesday, the morning is largely going to be taken up with board interviews. This is part of us setting a firm deadline for applications, getting applicants in, so we'll be looking for a quicker turnaround on those decisions. There may be one or two more additions to this list. I think
may on that specific note, George, thank you. Please make sure that we don't appoint too many people to P&Z. I noticed there's another application, and I'm sensing that we're there. So let's just check about
We'll
that.
have the information with the interview information about how many people are on the board, when their terms are up and everything.
And at 1 o'clock, you'll also see, you're going to be getting an update. We've gone through an audit process to really make sure we've got our terms straight and such, and we're going to be updating you on it.
Thank you. George?
Yeah, John, on Tuesday, April 19th, we have from 3:30 to 5, is that an open slot at this point?
Yeah, it's an open
So can I would make two suggestions. One is to have that discussion with CORE regarding off-site solar, or if that's not workable, an open space and trails exec update to plug it into.
Okay.
And the other thing I have is I will be out the week of, I'll be out for the May 24th and May 25th meetings. I'll be out that week.
Okay. We've got that down. Is anyone else going to be gone the 24th or the 25th? So we anticipate having at least 4 board members at this time. Thank you. Jack, you were going to raise something?
Question, May 3rd, Pitkin Iron update. Is that meant to be an update, a decision point?
We're still, that may change, Jack. We're working with, that's a placeholder right now. We are working with the homeowners association. I've met with them. John Redmond has had some follow-ups to clarify the information and requests. So, Jack, that will actually likely be a decision point.
So update and direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I hope it is not, because given my plans transitioned, I'd like to be around for Pitkin Iron because I've followed it for so long.
Okay.
So if possible, the world doesn't end and we have a capable board, so there's no doubt. But if I can participate.
Okay.
The other one, May 17th, I had asked this one, and it appeared, I didn't hear any negatives on May 17th about redistricting. Maybe that hasn't caught up, but with Rachel not being here on May 17th,
yeah, and we're still working on
this begins,
rescheduling.
this is a very serious issue, and ironically, the last 10 years, we do have some real imbalance in our county on population centers.
I mentioned to Janice that unfortunately that is one of the 3 travel dates for the National Association of Counties. That's why I'm not going to be there at that date. I've mentioned it to Janice already, and I had mentioned to John that he was like to see Janice wanting to change that. So we'll just see. I know they just can't get too far out before we start giving direction. We'll probably be just talking about more than once. That's my impression. Did anyone else have anything on future agendas? Okay. There being none, we will move to open discussion.
You know, given that George is trying to get up here, I just have one item. I can hit it tomorrow in open discussion.
Okay. Did anyone else have anything? Michael?
Yeah, I'm glad that we're going to talk, hopefully at some point, about the off-site solar stuff, because I really applaud the city for saying, well, let's talk to the county. That was really good of them to do that. The other issue I'd like to talk about is, I just read in the newspaper today, that the city is thinking of giving up on a project in the Airport Business Center and selling some property that we had previously rezoned. And so, on that issue, what I'd like to be is informed by the city and talk about it with the city before they just say, well, we're going to get rid of it now. So, we might have some interest in it. But I think we have an interest in talking to them about it. So before they put it on the market as it.
Is that for the future, Michael? Because apparently, if we're talking what's in the paper, it's sold.
Yeah.
It's sold? I thought it was just going to be put on the market.
Yeah, it sounded like it was sold.
Sells.
Okay, then we should have a discussion about, listen, if you own property within the county and we've gone through zoning process to help you on that property, and then you decide it's not viable, could you talk to us before you just sell it?
Yeah.
'Cause it's like a courtesy issue, it seems to me. And my friend Kevin Cassidy, who's a mason, used to say that a little courtesy goes a long way on the job site, and that's coming from a mason. So,
Okay. No, I appreciate that comment, and John, if you talk to Steve, which you do regularly, again, you might bring that up. And certainly all of us can mention it to council members as we meet with them. George, did you have anything you want to bring up in the discussion today?
Stick around for 2 minutes.
Is the rest of the board, did anybody have anything pressing for today?
Well, maybe you all determine whether it's pressing, but I have a courtesy request. I'd like us to have someone, possibly Brian Pettit, talk to CDOT about managing the bridge construction project. See if they've considered managing that light better. I've gone now a few times into town, and that is a singular backup point, but traffic coming out of town, and we know the loop, of course,
Catch the beginning of
goes
that, John?
much easier, but it's the light that backs up the traffic all the way to.
So Jack is asking that we try to talk to the city about whether they can do a little manual operation of the light at Cemetery Lane, which seems to be backing up during this construction period at Maroon Creek Bridge.
It would be city, CDOT, whatever the team is, to get that feedback
To try to do a little better management of the congestion.
of that light, because, and one last comment, I noticed a couple times going to town, when you do make the first S, guess what? There's someone standing there. I'm not going to judge that individual, but you just address the mitigation problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just having, I just don't understand. Do you mean to expedite the traffic on 82, instead of stopping it for long periods of time? There's a number of,
I'm not going to suggest how to specifically improve it, but that, to me, is the exact bottleneck of why the traffic snakes out all the way down 82 past Truscott versus coming out of town. There's a continuous stream of traffic,
Right. Okay.
and only large vehicles
So
can.
maybe asking for a little bit of a report, and are there ways that we can mitigate during this construction period better?
Because this goes till end of May.
It's going to be for another month.
It does?
Oh, yeah.
It's a month project?
Month-long project.
2 months.
2 months, 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Really?
Thank heavens, the ski season's almost over.
If you have your helicopter.
Okay, so we're really close to our closeout time. George is going to leave earlier. Did anyone else have anything for open discussion today? We will have an opportunity for open discussion tomorrow. Okay? And we had moved to continue our executive session until 3:40 today. We obviously overshot that. So I think I need a motion to adjourn that executive session, or just we never went back into it, we never reconvened it. Because tomorrow we can go into a new, we continued it to 3:40.
So I think you need a motion to adjourn it, and we can take out.
A new one tomorrow.
Move to adjourn.
Okay, the executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Just want to keep the record straight. Thank you. Thank you, George. We'll see you tomorrow. And we will adjourn the Grassroots meeting. Thank you, Grassroots TV. We always appreciate it. Thank you.